Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first concurrent session of the Symposium. My name is J.B. Hawes. I'm in the Church History and Doctrine Department here at BYU, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to this session. And for those of you in the keynote, what a great start to this conference. I think that signals this is going to be a remarkable 2 days, and that momentum will continue in this next session. I wanted to make you aware of one point of participation and interaction. If you see on the website, we have a text wire system so that you're able to submit questions via text for our Q&A period after the presentations. I'll remind you that the number is 385-799-5771. You can also find that on the conference's YouTube page and the website. One more time, 385-799-5771, and you can submit questions as the presentations are happening, and I'll do my best to moderate those. It's my pleasure to introduce our three presenters for this session, which is entitled Conflicts and Context in 19th Century Missouri. We'll first hear from Professor Alexander L. Baugh, who is a professor and former chair of the Department of Church History and Doctrine at Brigham Young University, a great colleague of mine, and also the founding figure of this very symposium. It started 16 years ago, so we owe this to Alex's visionary foresight. He's been a faculty member here at BYU since 1995. He received his BS from Utah State University and his MA and PhD degrees from Brigham Young University. He specializes in researching and writing about the Missouri period of early church history. He's the author, editor, or co-editor of 12 books, including 3 volumes of the document series of the Joseph Smith Papers. In addition, he has published more than 80 historical journal articles, essays, and book chapters. He is a member of the Mormon History Association and the John Whitmer Historical Association, and past editor of Mormon Historical Studies. He is married to the former Susan Johnson, and they are the parents of 5 children and 13 grandchildren. He and his wife reside in Highland, Utah. We'll be great and glad to hear from Alex. Our second presenter will be Bethany Erickson, who works for the Church History Department. Bethany received her BA from BYU in history with an emphasis on American history. She is currently working as an intern in the Historic Sites Division, where she has done extensive research on historic sites in Missouri. Our final presenter in this hour together will be Sherilyn Farnes, who earned her BA and MA from Brigham Young University. She returned to school in 2015 to obtain her PhD in history from Texas Christian University, where she is currently a PhD candidate. Her scholarly publications and presentations have focused on women's and early American religious history with an emphasis on early Latter-day Saint history. She has taught BYU religious education classes and institute, worked with the Joseph Smith Papers Project, and on the writing team with Saints. Her current research analyzes the interactions of Shawnee, Delaware, Latter-day Saints, French fur traders, missionaries, and other settlers in the western Missouri borderlands during the Jacksonian era. We're going to be well served by these presenters. Please join me in welcoming Professor Baugh.
I just hope I can talk as fast as JB. He's noted for that, and I'll do my best so we can have plenty of time for everyone else. I should just give a little disclaimer. I will be using the term Mormon because, of course, that's a historical term of this period, and hope that is clear. In early July 1833, W.W. Phelps released the 14th issue of the Evening and Morning Star. The contents of the paper appeared much like that in the previous 13 issues. However, on the 5th page of the issue was an article titled "Free People of Color," one that certainly caught the attention of pro-slavery Jackson County Gentiles. The article cited 2 state statutes governing slavery, taken directly from the laws of the state of Missouri, published by the Missouri legislature in 1825. Phelps likely accessed the text of the statutes from a copy of the book located in the Jackson County Courthouse, less than a block from his home and printing office in Independence. The first clause Phelps inserted from the volume dealt with free slaves or mulattoes who should come into or settle in Missouri. The statute states that in order to live in Missouri or even enter it, a person of color must produce a certificate containing a state seal showing evidence they were a free citizen. If the individual could not produce a valid certificate, they must leave the state within 30 days. If after 30 days the individual was still in the state, they would be brought to court and may be sentenced to 10 lashes and then forced to leave. The second section inserted by Phelps states that if a person brings a free person of color into the state who does not have the proper certification indicating he or she is free, that person will face prosecution and, if found guilty, would be fined $500. Given Missouri's strict laws governing slavery and free people of color, as well as the attitudes and prejudices of the Missourian Missourians toward both groups. Phelps's intention for citing the Missouri statute was meant to advise church leaders in the East and elsewhere not to encourage any free person of color to move or relocate to Missouri. In addition, Phelps probably hoped to demonstrate to the Jackson leaders and citizens that the Mormon leadership in Missouri clearly recognized the legality of slavery and that they had no intentions of interfering with its practice. Given the overall tone of free people of color, one would think that the Jackson citizens could hardly become agitated by quoting directly from the official state statutes. But a careful reading of a short passage in an essay by Phelps immediately following Free People of Color is revealing. Quote, "Our brethren will find an extract of the law of this state relative to free people of color on another page of this paper. Great care should be taken on this point. In connection with the wonderful events of this age, much is happening towards abolishing slavery and colonizing blacks in Africa." It might have been this brief comment, more so than the text of Free People of Color, that Jackson citizens had the most issue with. The mere mention of abolishing slavery and colonizing blacks in Africa provided justification to those who were opposed to the Mormons of the need to remove them. Whatever Phelps's good intentions were, they backfired. The community response was swift, so much so that Phelps immediately drafted a statement in an attempt to clarify and explain what he had included in the Star, then printed it as an extra in the form of a small handbill. Unfortunately, however, it was too little, too late. Within days, an independent ad hoc citizens committee comprised of some of the leading civil officers and community leaders drafted a document outlining their objections against the Mormons, which they published and circulated throughout the county. Mormons were religious fanatics and the most worthless part of society, they announced. They were inviting free blacks and mulattoes to move to Missouri, had tampered with their slaves, and openly declared that God had given Jackson County to them, and they would eventually have possession of it. In 1881, Alexander Donovan, who acted as legal counsel to the Mormons for 6 years, commented on these accusations. He believed the allegations made about their religious practices and beliefs were merely pretenses, quote, made use of for the purpose of exciting the jealousy of the persons of other religious denominations and the more ignorant portions of the county. The real issues were Mormons came from the northern states, were non-slaveholders, and had anti-slavery sentiments. And two, if the Mormon numbers increased, it could lead to their gaining political control in the county, which would also give them the upper hand, particularly in regards to the institution of slavery. Now, that's what I'm trying to portray here. You can see in just 3 years, just using some estimates, the Mormon population had increased, or at least brought a significant change in the percentages. The ad hoc committee also announced that a public meeting would be held on Saturday, July 20th at the public square in Independence to consider what actions should be taken against the Mormons. Several hundred Jackson citizens turned out, there we go, at the mass meeting, several hundred Jackson citizens turned out at the mass meeting where an official citizens committee was selected to discuss the situation concerning the Mormons and propose a plan of action. This committee deliberated in private, probably for a couple of hours, before issuing their statement to the large crowd who had waited outside the courthouse to learn of their decision. Their report reflected several of the same objections about the Mormons made by the unofficial citizens group a few days earlier. The committee then issued the following ultimatums. Number one, no Mormon should be permitted to settle in the county. Number two, those Mormons who pledged to move out of the county would not be molested and would be given sufficient time to sell their property. Number three, the Evening and Morning Star and the storehouse must cease operation. And number four, the Mormon leadership must use their influence to prevent any further Mormon immigration. After reading the report, 12 men were chosen to convey the committee's requisitions to the Mormon leaders living in Independence. The meeting then adjourned for 2 hours so the delegation could summon 6 Mormon leaders: Partridge, Phelps, Sidney Gilbert, John Whitmer, John Corrill, and Isaac Morley, and to meet with them at the church-owned storehouse located directly west and across the street from the public square. When the men from both parties finally assembled at the store, the Jackson delegation issued their ultimatums. They demanded to have the printing office and the mechanic shops belonging to our people, together with Gilbert and Whitney's store, closed forthwith, wrote Edward Partridge, and the society to leave the county immediately. He continued, we asked for 3 months to consider upon their demands, which was refused. We then asked for 10 days, and we were informed that we'd had 15 minutes were the most that could be granted. Being driven to the necessity of giving an immediate answer, we answered that we could not consent to their demands. Lewis Franklin, the county jailer, replied, I am sorry, the work of destruction will thus commence immediately. Partridge, Corll, and Morley returned to their homes located on the outskirts of town of the Temple property. Gilbert remained at the storehouse, but fearing the worst, Phelps quickly went to his home, gathered whatever documents he considered to be important from the Star offices, and went into hiding. John Whitmer, who assisted Phelps in the printing operations, also went into hiding, and the two may have sequestered together. Within a short time, a large company gathered at the Star offices and began their rampage and destruction. Their main target was the printing equipment on the second floor, where once inside, several men pushed or lifted the press, which weighed several hundred pounds, through probably the outside door to the outside steps, threw it to the ground, and then into the street. Other items from the printing office, such as paper, type, printer tools, and printed materials, were considerably easier to destroy. While the rampage was taking place on the second floor, other mob members ransacked the first floor, which served as Phelps's home, where they destroyed household items, plundered furnishings. In a final act of destruction, a human wrecking crew de-roofed the building, demolished the walls and support structure, turning the building into a heap of rubble. The mob then proceeded to the Gilbert and Whitney store with the intention of wreaking havoc there too, but before they could do so, Gilbert pledged to close the store, cease operations, and box the goods. So they agreed to leave the establishment alone. Satisfied, the attackers backed off and ended their destructive operations. The final target of the mob that day was Bishop Partridge, who, as noted, had returned to his home after he and other Mormon leaders had informed the Citizens Committee's representatives that the Mormons would not comply with their demands. Partridge wrote, George Simpson and 2 other mobbers entered my house and compelled me to go with them. Soon after leaving my house, I was surrounded by about 50 mobbers who escorted me about a half mile to the public square, where I was surrounded by some 200 or 300 more. Russell Hicks appeared to be the head man of the mob. He told me that his word was the law of the county, and that I must agree to leave the county or suffer consequences. I answered that if I must suffer for my religion, it was no more than others had done before me, that I was not conscious of having injured anyone in the county, therefore I could not consent to leave it. Mr. Hicks then proceeded to strip off my clothes. I strongly protested being stripped naked in the street, when some more humane than the rest interfered, and I was permitted to wear my shirt and pantaloons. Tar and feathers were then brought, and a man by the name of Davis, with the help of another, daubed me with tar from the crown of my head down to my feet, after which feathers were thrown over me. Another Mormon, Charles Allen, was tarred and feathered along with Partridge because he would refuse to denounce his faith. The mob then ended its destructive activities, then called for another meeting to be held 3 days later on July 23rd to allow the Mormon leadership a few days to reconsider their previous decision. On the day of the meeting, hundreds of local citizens gathered once again. Local leaders went to the homes of the Mormon officials and escorted them to the county jail, where they threatened their lives if their demands were not met. Whereupon 2 or 3 of the brethren offered their lives if the rest of the Mormon community could live in peace and safety. This proposal was completely rejected. The only alternative was that all Mormons must agree to leave the county en masse, or all would be put to death. Left without any other option, church leaders agreed to submit to the demands of a signed memorandum of agreement. 9 Mormon leaders, each mentioned by name, and 1/2 of the Mormon population was required to leave the county on or before January 1, the other half by April 1, 1834. Although John Corll and Sidney Gilbert were permitted to remain as general agents for the church to wind up business of the society. With this agreement in place, for the next couple of months, day-to-day life in Jackson County returned to somewhat normal. Although Missouri church leaders had agreed to leave Jackson, they nonetheless initiated plans to petition state officials with the hope they would intervene and make it possible for them to remain in the county. In initiating these discussions, it was vital that the knowledge of the communications and meetings with these civil authorities be kept from the knowledge of Jackson's citizens and leaders. and to some degree the church members themselves. If word leaked out that the Mormons were negotiating with authorities, it could mean, or it could be seen as trying to back out of their agreement to evacuate the county. Thus, every attempt was made to conduct these discussions with state officials in secret. In late September, Orson Hyde, who had come from Kirtland, and W.W. Phelps went to Jefferson City, where on October 9th, they met personally with Missouri Governor Daniel Dunklin and submitted a formal petition dealing with the events conducted against the Mormons in July, and reassuring the governor that the accusations made against the Mormon people were not true. One request was to allow them to sue for damages for the loss of property, for abuse, and for defamation. 10 days later, on October 19, Dunklin issued a formal response condemning the actions of the Jackson citizens against the Mormons. Quote, "No citizen or numbers of citizens have a right to take the redress of their grievances, whether real or imaginary, into their own hands. Such conduct strikes at the very existence of society and subverts the foundation on which it is based," unquote. The governor indicated that he had been advised by Robert W. Wells, the state attorney general, that the Mormons should secure warrants against the offending parties and pursue litigation in the circuit courts. Emboldened by the support they received from the meeting from the state's chief executive, church leaders announced publicly on October 20th that they would defend their homes and property. At this same time, the Mormon leadership also reached out to David Rice Atchison, William T. Wood, Amos Reeds, and Alexander Donovan, Liberty attorneys requesting their services, and on October 30th, they struck an agreement in which each attorney would be compensated $250 for their work. Of course, we're most familiar with Atchison and Donovan, and both of these men were absolutely incredibly capable attorneys. The announcement of the Mormon intention to remain in Jackson County sparked a swift response by local county regulators. Beginning on October 31st, raiding parties began threatening church members and damaging homes and property, mostly in the Mormon settlements located in Kaw Township, in the western part of the county. Within a week, church leaders submitted to the demands of the anti-Mormon adversaries and agreed to a wholesale evacuation of the county. Within a matter of a few days, members of the Mormon community, most anyway, abandoned their homes and property, taking their livestock, household items, and what food they had ferried across the Missouri River, seeking refuge in temporary homes and shelters in Clay County. During November, Partridge and Phelps worked to assist hundreds of church members resettle in Clay, most of whom were destitute in destitute circumstances. However, now that they were in close proximity to their Liberty attorneys, they were also able to counsel with them in order to consider what course of action to take against their Jackson antagonists. Their efforts were facilitated by a November 24th letter from John F. Ryland, judge of the Fifth Circuit Court of Missouri, to Amos Rees, one of the 4 attorneys employed by the Mormons. Ryland informed Rees that he had been instructed by Dunklin to investigate the recent disturbances taken against the Mormons in Jackson County in order to take steps to punish the guilty. He also went on to say that he would be willing to adjudicate a court of inquiry in independence in behalf of the Mormons. With tacit support coming from Judge Ryland and Governor Dunklin to prosecute the Jackson County offenders, on December 22nd, 1833, the Mormon attorneys filed separate indictments in behalf of Phelps and Partridge at the courthouse in Independence. Phelps charged 25 men with unlawful trespass in connection with the damages to his home and the Evening and Morning Star offices, claiming $3,000 in damages for the printing office and his house, $2,000 for loss of furniture, office equipment, and type, $400 for the press, and $50,000 in personal damages and loss of business. Partridge's complaint included the names of 54 men who participated in the assault that took place against him on the public square. His indictment includes the names of all defendants named by Phelps in his complaint, with the exception of one, Abner Staples. But he added 30 more. Like Phelps, Partridge's suit also gives the figure of $50,000 in personal damages. In the 1830 U.S. federal census, it indicates that 14 of the 55 defendants were slave owners, and that was probably their motivation. But that number was probably higher since many of the defendants were not living in Jackson County when the census was taken 3 years earlier, who may have owned slaves. Both filings were endorsed by the attorneys for the Mormons and certified by Samuel C. Owens, clerk of the Jackson Jackson County Court, himself a defendant in both suits. Over the course of the next several weeks, the defendants were subpoenaed by Jacob Gregg, the county sheriff, and ordered to appear in the Jackson County Circuit Court in Independence on February 24, 1834. The defendants employed 7 men to act as their attorneys, 4 of whom were defendants in both cases. Phelps charged the defendants with creating a general noise and disturbance, engaging in a forced entry into the structure, tearing down the interior walls, dismantling the roof, and totally demolishing the entire structure, and carrying away and converting to their own use the furniture, printing press, type, and other various apparatus. The defendants named in each suit issued a formal plea, and all pled not guilty. The explanation given by Robert Johnson, one of the leading antagonists, in his plea as to the reason for being not guilty on the charges levied against him by Phelps is typical of all the rest. Significantly, Johnson did not deny his participation in the destruction of the Star offices. Rather, he stated that the structure and property were actually in the possession of Richard McCarty, one of his cohorts, who commanded him to demolish the building for the purpose of repairing and placing new superstructures on the foundation. He further stated the press and the equipment were encumbering the property and that McCarty, the so-called proprietor, commanded him to remove them to a convenient distance and leave them there for the defendant, namely Phelps. Partridge said in his indictment that he was taken by an armed force to the public square where he was in the presence of a large concourse of people. He was thrown to the ground, violently kicked and struck with many blows, and was greatly hurt, bruised, and wounded, after which he was covered with pitch and tar and rolled in feathers. He also mentions the mob with great force and violence rent, tore, and damaged his clothes and wearing apparel, consisting of a coat, hat, waistcoat, breeches, a shirt, and a pair of stockings valued at $50. The complaint states that the incident damaged his reputation and standing in the society, and he requested $50,000 in personal damages. Robert Johnson was also named as a defendant in Partridge's suit, and again, his plea is similar in wording to the other defendants. He states that Partridge made an attempt to assault him first. So in order to defend himself, he did, quote, indignantly treat the said plaintiff by shaking, kicking, striking, throwing him upon the ground, and did a little rend, tear, and damage the clothes of the said plaintiff. As to the tarring and feathering, he said Partridge, quote, became a little covered and besmeared with tar, pitch, and feathers. He did not incur any unnecessary damage or injury on the occasion. Throughout the plea, he declares all his actions were done in self-defense. As preparations for the February Court of Inquiry for Partridge and Phelps progressed, their attorneys found it difficult to secure church members who were willing to serve as witnesses, many of whom feared the possibility of an outbreak of hostilities and personal harm and repercussions by the Jackson citizenry if they were to testify. Recognizing the volatility of the situation, Judge Ryland requested Governor Dunklin attend the hearing, hoping his attendance would help control the situation. Dunklin declined, but responded by appointing Robert W. Wells, the state attorney general, to attend and assist Ryland in the hearing. The governor also authorized David Atchison, one of their attorneys, but who was also a captain in the Clay County Militia and a commander of a uniform company known as the Liberty Blues, to take charge of the 50 men in his company and guard Partridge, Phelps, and their witnesses at the February hearing. He would have had to recuse himself, but he's guarding them there. On February 23rd, the day before the scheduled hearing in Independence, Partridge, Phelps, and a dozen Mormon witnesses met their armed militia guard under the command of Atchison at the Missouri River. They then ferried across and marched about a mile north of Independence, where they spent a cold, snowy night in the open air without tents. The following morning, February 24th, the company made their way to Independence, secured breakfast at a local tavern, and were about to proceed to the hearing in the courthouse when Attorney General Wells and Judge Ryland met them to inform them that a large mob had assembled at the public square who were intent on disrupting the hearing and who had vowed they would not be intimidated by civil law or executive influence. The excitement was of such high pitch that Wells and Ryland feared if they tried to move forward with the hearing, the situation could easily escalate into armed violence, endangering theirs and others' lives. Although Partridge, Phelps, and the witnesses were still willing to hold the court, Wells and Ryland, in private consultation with the attorneys for the Mormons, considered that it would be best to postpone the hearing to a later date and ordered Atchison's company to guard the Mormon plaintiffs and witnesses back to the Clay County. Meanwhile, or I should say between 1834 and 1836, there were at least 4 additional attempts made by the attorneys for the Mormons to move forward the complaints of Partridge and Phelps in the circuit court. In the June 1834 term, the attorneys filed an amended declarations in behalf of the plaintiffs, which corrected some minor errors in their original declarations. In the February 1835 hearing, in order to bolster their case, the defense counsel indicated they would no longer intend to prosecute all of the defendants, and all but 9 of the original 54 were dismissed from the suits. At this time, because they believed they would not receive an impartial hearing if the court was held in Independence, Partridge and Phelps petitioned to be granted a change of venue for the court to be held in Richmond in Ray County, which request was granted, but the change of venue necessitated Partridge pay an additional $200 in court costs. In the March 1836 term of the court, both Phelps and Partridge were in Kirtland, so their attorneys requested their cases be considered in the upcoming July term. In that hearing, a final decision was rendered. The plaintiffs waived a trial by jury and instead agreed to allow the court, namely Judge Ryland, render the decision. He ruled against the remaining 9 defendants, awarding Partridge only 1 cent. In the case of Phelps, Ryland ruled in favor and also awarded him 1 cent, although in the court record it shows that the 1 cent is struck out and $750 is written above it. Whether Phelps was ever actually awarded the money is not known. There's a bit of irony in all of this. Going back to Phelps's Free Persons of Color article published in the Star in July 1833, there is something very significant about this article that it was ignored or completely disregarded by Jackson County citizens, and more specifically those who engaged in any type of maltreatment against the Mormons. After citing the state statutes regarding free people of color, Phelps inserted 2 clauses from the Missouri State Constitution adopted in 1820, both of which deal with the rights of individuals as it pertains to the free exercise of religion. The most important clause is Section 4, quote, that all men have a natural and indefeasible right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own consciences, that no human authority can control or interfere with the rights of conscience, that no person can ever be hurt, molested, or restrained in his religious professions or sentiments if he does not disturb others in their religious worship. Phelps was astutely aware that Missouri Constitution guaranteed one of the most fundamental civil rights, religious freedom, and his intentions clearly underscore that his purpose in citing the state's Constitution was to remind their Missouri neighbors of that privilege, which was completely ignored. On the other hand, Jackson citizens saw the actions taken against the Mormons in a much different way. Richard Bushman has written, quote, the Mormon presence in Jackson County tested democracy. The Mormon case illustrated an underlying democratic dilemma. Can a majority in defense of the public good as they see it strip a minority of its rights? The Jackson County citizens believed their procedures were democracy in action, and they came together to prevent a social and political disaster of alarming proportions in their view, and what they believed was acted out in self-defense. But for the Mormons, Jackson County democracy should have also meant the free expression of religious liberty, but came to mean repression and expulsion instead. Sadly, similar scenes of Jackson County democracy would take place against the Mormons again in Clay County in 1836, and again in Caldwell and Davies County in 1838, culminating in the wholesale expulsion of the Mormons from Missouri. Thank you very much.
Okay, today I'm going to be speaking about Governor Lilburn Boggs. I began researching him about a year ago while studying religious freedom in the United States, which turned my mind to the extermination order. Throughout my life, I'd only heard of Governor Boggs described as this terrible leader and the ultimate enemy of our church. And if you look at the order alone and the events leading up to it, you expect to find that he was a heartless, deplorable man who intentionally denied the saints religious freedom. However, often as we research history, we find that even the most controversial historical figures are much more complex than we want to think. Rarely, if ever, is a person entirely evil. I wondered if this was the case with Boggs, and as I studied his life, I was surprised to find that generally he was a kind-hearted, hard-working frontiersman, a father, and a well-respected leader in his community. So that brought up this question of how did this kind, charismatic leader commit such terrible crimes against the saints? And so I began to examine the life, the political career, and the personal relationship between Boggs and the Latter-day Saints, as well as the Missourians' views on religious freedom at the time, to contextualize some of the drastic action that was taken against the saints. So Lilburn was born December 14th of 1796 in Lexington, Kentucky, on the border of the newly founded United States and the wild frontier. After completing his education at 15, he joined the Kentucky troops during the War of 1812. Following his service, he worked as a bookkeeper for the Insurance Bank of Kentucky, and in 1816 set off to the Louisiana Territory to build a life for himself. He settled in what would become the state of Missouri, finding a job in St. Louis at the Bank of Missouri and later operating a merchandising store in Franklin. He married twice, first to Julia Bent, who passed away just after giving birth to their second son. Shortly after, he married Panthea Boone, who was the granddaughter of the great frontiersman Daniel Boone, and had 10 more children, making him a father of 12. He ventured further west with his family to Fort Osage in Jackson County, helping run the fort as part of the American Fur Company. Boggs was known as one of the best businessmen in the area and was called Big Trader by the local Kaw and Osage tribes. Boggs then moved his family to the city of Independence, and in the mid-1820s, they built a home and started a store. His son William later described his father's influence in Independence, saying he was judge, lawyer, merchant, doctor, and friend to all. He soon began his political career when he was appointed as the county's first county clerk, and by 1826 he was elected to the Missouri House of Representatives, followed by the Missouri Senate in 1830. Now, while Boggs served as senator, Joseph Smith visited Independence and received revelation that Independence was the new Jerusalem for the saints. Hundreds of Latter-day Saint families began moving to Independence and were encouraged to buy up as much of this promised land as possible. And I was surprised to find that initially Boggs made friends with some of the newly settled saints. In 1832, when he was elected lieutenant governor under Daniel Dunklin, Boggs invited his friend and local tailor, Peter Whitmer, to set up his shop in the Boggs home and hired Whitmer to make his suit for his inauguration. 14-year-old Mary Elizabeth Rollins worked for Whitmer, and through him, developed a very close relationship with the Boggs family. They cared for her so much that they tried to convince her to leave the church and to come live with them, where they would teach her and raise her as one of their own. Now, I don't know if this was because they didn't like the church and wanted to get her away from the saints, or if they just loved her and wanted her to be part of their family. But Rollins remained a faithful member of the church her entire life and was later instrumental in protecting some of Joseph Smith's translations against a mob. But while Boggs enjoyed a few friendly relationships with local church members, the rest of Jackson County grew tired of their new neighbors. The new religion with the prophet was peculiar, but more than anything, their lifestyle was extremely controversial. As Dr. Baugh pointed out, most of the church members came from the northern states and weren't slaveholders, so it was generally assumed that the church was against slavery. This was extremely problematic considering that Missouri had just entered the Union as a slave state in 1820. Another issue was that the Latter-day Saints befriended local Native Americans. This was more for missionary purposes, but locals were afraid that this was a tactic of Joseph Smith to take over the area with the help of local tribes. Finally, just the sheer number of Latter-day Saints was concerning. With a communalistic ideology, newspapers that printed their beliefs, their tendency to vote en bloc, the Book of Mormon, and their religious devotion, Latter-day Saint culture and political influence spread throughout the area. And fearing the Saints would attempt to take over the area, locals formed mobs and began terrorizing the Saints, trying to get them to leave. Now, although Protestantism was widespread in Missouri, like Dr. Baugh pointed out, the Constitution of Missouri reflects the United States Constitution in defending religious freedom. And I'm going to read one of the parts that he mentioned just to kind of emphasize what it says. It says that all men have a natural and indefeasible right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own consciences, that no human authority can control or interfere with the rights of conscience, that no person can ever be hurt, molested, or restrained in his religious profession or sentiments. It further guarantees the freedom of speech, saying that every person may freely speak, write, and print on any subject. Now, regardless of those protections that the Missouri Constitution guaranteed, Jackson County residents practiced a more selective sense of freedom, mixed with their version of frontier justice. They actually viewed their militant opposition to the Saints as upholding the Constitution and defending American religion. They viewed that the Saints' way of life was un-American and an attack against American republicanism. So in July of 1833, the Missourians wrote a manifesto demanding the Saints leave Jackson County. They claimed that if the Saints had been good neighbors, they would have been forgiven for their blasphemous beliefs, but instead they were lazy, idle, and vicious. So the Jackson County residents, in their minds, were not committing religious persecution, but rather just driving out a group with an intolerable lifestyle. And then, like Dr. Baugh mentioned, in late July, the mob destroyed the Saints' printing press, they tarred and feathered Bishop Partridge, and then despite saying that their motives were not religious, they tarred and feathered Charles Allen after he refused to deny the veracity of the Book of Mormon. And some sources indicate that Boggs actively encouraged and even personally participated in the violence. But interestingly, his son William always denied that his father was directly involved in the violence. However, I found an account written by William where he talked about how he witnessed the tarring and feathering of Bishop Partridge when he was 6 years old. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that his dad was there with him, but the fact that he was 6 years old likely implies that whatever adult that he was with was either okay with the violence, if not participating in the violence. The Saints, on the other hand, firmly believed that Boggs took an active role in the persecution. Joseph Smith accused Boggs of aiding the mobs in driving out the Saints and telling the Saints, "You know what our Jackson boys can do, and you must leave the county." Now, whether or not Boggs had personal issues with the religion itself at that point is unknown, but with Boggs wanting to be elected as Dunklин's successor in the next gubernatorial election, it behooved him to side with the more popular stance of opposing the Saints. Latter-day Saints wrote to Governor Dunklin pleading for help, and as Dr. Baugh described, initially Dunklin expressed a willingness to help the Saints and even condemned the violence against them. However, while he promised to help reinstate them in their homes in Jackson County, he couldn't guarantee their safety because Dunklin couldn't leave an army there to protect the Saints, meaning that a mob could just return and drive them out again. Communication between church leaders and Dunklin continued for several years, but it seems that by mid-1836, Dunklin was tired of dealing with this Mormon problem. He wrote to the Saints saying, "Your neighbors accuse you of holding illicit communication with the Indians and of being opposed to slavery. You deny. Whether the charge or the denial is true, I cannot tell. The fact exists, and your neighbors seem to believe it is true, and whether true or false, the consequences will be the same." Dunklin then encouraged the Saints to make peace with their neighbors and warned, "If you cannot do this, all I can say to you is that in this republic, the vox populi is the vox Dei, meaning that the voice of people is the voice of God." Shortly after writing to the Saints in 1836, Dunklin was offered a position as U.S. Surveyor for Missouri and Illinois and resigned as governor, promoting Boggs to the position. To Missourians, as governor, Boggs was outgoing, hospitable, and friendly. They described that his parlors in the governor's residence were always full, and his hospitality became proverbial. But that well-known hospitality did not extend to the Latter-day Saints, and he seemed to follow Dunklin's example of wanting the Saints to make peace or leave. After leaving Jackson County, the Latter-day Saints settlements grew in other counties throughout 1836 to 1838. As the numbers of Saints increased, other settlers became alarmed and again took up arms against the Saints. At this point, the Saints were tired of abandoning their homes, and on July 4th, Sidney Rigdon gave a speech that virtually declared that the Saints would deal with the violence no longer and that they would take a more active approach to resisting the mobs. So from the beginning of September 1838 to the end of October, numerous accounts concerning Mormon hostilities from Carroll, Davies, and Livingston counties were sent to the governor. Carroll County described that they were strongly of the opinion that there is a deeply laid scheme existing among these fanatics, meaning the Mormons, that will be highly destructive in character and subvert the rights and liberties of the people. However, Boggs also received reports from his generals stating that it was the Latter-day Saints that were in danger. General Atchison told Boggs, "Things are not so bad in Davis County as they have been represented by rumor and in fact from affidavits. I have no doubt that your excellency has been deceived by the exaggerated statements. The Mormons, they are not to be feared. They are very much alarmed." General Samuel Lucas also reported to Boggs that it was the citizens of Carroll County that were the aggressors. He said that if there was a fight, those base and degraded beings, meaning the Mormons, would be exterminated from the face of the earth. Nothing but their blood would satisfy the Carroll County citizens. But with so many conflicting stories, the final straw for Boggs was the skirmish that took place at Crooked River in October of 1838. When a group of men came against the Saints responded and attacked what they believed was another mob, but was actually the Missouri militia. To Boggs, this was an act of open rebellion. He issued Missouri Executive Order 44 to General John B. Clark, saying the Mormons must be treated as enemies and must be exterminated or driven from the state if necessary. Boggs's order was unprecedented, and it's the only time in United States history when the government has declared extermination on a group of its own citizens. And even the Saints that weren't actively participating in the aggression were now at risk and were to be treated as enemies and deprived of their constitutional protections. Only a few days after the order was issued, the Haun's Mill massacre took place in Livingston County. A group of 200 militia attacked the small settlement and brutally murdered 14 men and 3 boys, with 13 others injured. Although the militia likely didn't know about the executive order just yet, the massacre illustrated the horrors that the order allowed. Sylvester M. Smith, a man that had recently left the church and was not living in Missouri, wrote to Boggs about the horrible deaths of his brother Warren and 10-year-old nephew Sardius at the mill. Smith pleaded for the governor's help, writing, "Will the governor of Missouri see that the laws of his state are executed and the suffering of innocent widows and orphans assuaged? I appeal to your humanity as a man and your authority as a governor." Smith ends his letter by pleading that Smith ends the letter explaining that while he had heard rumors of Boggs calling for an extermination of the Saints, he could not believe it was possible, as it would legalize murder and robbery and be incompatible with Boggs's constitutional powers. Smith was not the only person that was shocked by this overstretch of authority. Even Missouri's own St. Louis, Missouri Republican newspaper objected to the order, saying, "The Mormons are as much protected in their religion, their property, and persons as any other denomination of class of men." The Quincy Argus in Illinois took that argument even further and said that Governor Boggs' action were a threat to the nation and that Missouri had written her character in letters of blood and stained it by acts of merciless cruelty and brutality. The paper blamed Boggs for being motivated by political hatred and leading military officers against the Saints in revenge. However, Boggs asserted that the insubordinate Latter-day Saints had damaged Missouri society and therefore justified his actions. In 1840, Boggs wrote to the Missouri State Senate about what he called the unpleasant difficulties that had occurred. He described the conflict as an unavoidable consequence of civil dissension and explained that it was the Mormons who were deliberately dramatizing their difficulties in order to gain more converts to their religion. Now, Boggs may have not known the full extent of the persecution that was endured by the Saints, but the numerous accounts of the malicious mobs deliberately wreaking havoc on the lives of the Saints that he received from his own generals severely undermines his claim that the Saints were exaggerating just to get more members to the church. Due to the scrutiny of the extermination order and other highly criticized initiatives, Boggs decided not to run for re-election. After completing his term as governor in 1840, Boggs returned to his mercantile business in Independence. But his desire to be involved in Missouri politics didn't end, and in 1842, he decided to run for the state senate again. In the midst of his campaign, Boggs was attacked in his home. One evening, an assassin used a large German holster pistol filled with large buckshot and shot into the room where Boggs was reading the newspaper. 4 balls hit Boggs in the back of the head, several lodging into his skull. The remaining shots scattered about the room, narrowly missing Boggs' 6-year-old daughter who was in the room with him. Though he was bedridden for an entire year, the governor recovered, and the shock of the assassination attempt boosted his approval ratings and ensured his re-election to the Senate. The joke among his fellow senators was that Boggs had a head full of bullets, and one recalled that whilst conversing with some members of the legislature, one of the balls that had entered his neck had worked its way out, and putting up his hand to the back of his head, he gently squeezed the affected part, and the ball slipped into his hand, and holding it out to one of the gentlemen said, "See here, I can pick bullets out of my head." Now, while he laughed about the bullets in his head, he wanted justice for the attack on his life. Boggs had many political enemies, but with the extermination order still fresh, nearly everyone suspected Joseph Smith as the head author of the assassination attempt and that he had chosen Porter Rockwell to carry out the deed. Boggs made a formal complaint against Smith and Rockwell, leading to the arrest of both men. Ultimately, there was not enough evidence to convict the men and they were released, but the public continued to believe in their guilt and pronounced Rockwell as Boggs' mortal enemy and referred to him as the Midnight Assassin. After finishing his time as senator, Boggs felt the drive to go west and decided to move his family to California. In May of 1846, the Boggs family joined a group of roughly 100 wagons traveling west on the Oregon Trail. Among the company were several Latter-day Saint families. Now, naturally, the Latter-day Saints families were a little bit nervous about traveling with Boggs, but instead of resentment between the families, they enjoyed each other and became close friends as they traversed the plains together. Another group of families that was in that party were the Donner and Reed families, who Boggs personally tried to convince to stay on the Oregon Trail and not take the shortcut through Utah, and was devastated when he later found out about the tragic ending to those families. Boggs reached Sacramento and settled in Sonoma, where he began another mercantile business. Shortly after, he was offered the position of alcalde, the Spanish title for mayor, over the Northern District of California, making him the highest civil authority. During his 3-year service, Boggs once again had Latter-day Saints under his jurisdiction. Considering the violence that had occurred only a few years before, many Latter-day Saints were afraid Boggs would again turn against them in California. However, Boggs stated that as long as they kept the law, the Saints would have no need to fear. Now, that's surprising that Boggs maintained such a cordial relationship with them in California after such deep conflict in Missouri. Now, this may have been partially because Boggs was less personally invested in the politics of California than he was in Missouri, which made the Saints less of a threat to him. Reception of the Latter-day Saints in California was generally positive, and that may have encouraged Boggs to reconsider his opinion of them. Not only would that have helped him politically, but also financially, as the Saints would have shopped at his store. So although he's primarily remembered as the infamous governor of Missouri, who was the enemy of the Saints, there is much more to the story of Lilburn Boggs. At his core, he was a frontiersman that traded furs, settled new territory, and actively participated in politics. To many who knew him personally, he was hospitable, outgoing, and capable, serving in many varied positions in his communities. In some aspects, he appeared to be an ideal American man. However, as governor, his responsibility was to uphold the Constitution of Missouri, which guaranteed the freedom of religion and speech. However, when presented with this peculiar group of people that were settling large communities in his jurisdiction and threatening the social contract of Missourians, he, like many Americans, revealed a shallow commitment to those freedoms. The result was the extermination order, a flagrant violation of human rights. In 1976, 138 years after its passing, Governor Christopher Bond of Missouri officially rescinded the order, stating, "Governor Boggs' order clearly contravened the rights to life, liberty, property, and religious freedom as guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, as well as the Constitution of the State of Missouri." Now, while the Latter-day Saints and many other Americans viewed the order as a representation of Boggs' personal hatred toward the religion, his relationship with them both before and after the war with the Saints indicates that his motivation was likely more political. With anti-Mormon sentiment widespread throughout Missouri, it befitted Boggs to placate his fellow Missourians at the expense of the Saints. Exaggeration of Latter-day Saint violence only exacerbated the problem, and Boggs viewed them as a threat. However, once he left Missouri and had positive experiences with the Saints in California, his perception improved. No longer were the Saints his enemy, but instead simply fellow Americans trying to build successful lives in California. And I'm not saying that Boggs was a great man or saying that what he did was okay, but ultimately, he has proven to be a complex figure in both Missouri and Latter-day Saint history. His life and political career illustrate the triumphs of the developing days of America, as well as the struggles and intricacies of protecting religious freedom when it seems to conflict with the status quo. Thank you.
I'm going to have to hook up my computer, so if you need to stand up for a second and stretch your legs, you're welcome to. Let me get it pulled up. Oh, yes. Let me get this up a little bit brighter. And yes, it's going to be right over here. Okay. Do I need to turn it on from here? Okay. Duplicate probably. Yep, look at that. Perfect. It's good to be here. Oops, and then my screen just went back. It's good to be here with all of you. Honored to be here, especially with Alex Baugh, who's an expert on Missouri. And I loved hearing about Edward Partridge. He's a favorite of mine. And he has this great line, after the tarring and feathering. So that's on a Saturday, July 20th. He sees a member of the mob, and the mob member tells him, you know, by Tuesday, one of us will be dead. Like, we're coming after you. And Partridge has this very understated line. He says, "Many disagreeable sensations pass through my mind," which I thought, that's great. He's just for. And I loved Bethany's, where she looks at Lilburn Boggs and says, you know, let's look at this man as a three-dimensional character. Last year at MHA, I looked at Isaac McCoy and said, let's look at him as a three-dimensional character. And today I'll talk a little bit about him, but more primarily about Richard Cummins, who's an Indian agent, who's kind of characterized as like a big bad wolf by the early saints. I wanted to start off, I saw a tweet the other day. It says, academics have two speeds. One, can you review this manuscript by this afternoon? And two, sorry I missed your email in 2017. Did you still want to talk about that? And fortunately or unfortunately for you, I'm from back east, so I speak very quickly. We're going to try and cover a lot of material. A lot of what I'm going to talk about is from my dissertation research, and I've been immersed in the papers of William Clark for the past couple of weeks, and have been looking at a lot of the Indian agent correspondence with him to try and contextualize what's going on with Indian agents on the western Missouri frontier at this time period. And oh, we lost the PowerPoint. I guess I'll have to wiggle it occasionally. Or every 3 seconds. Well, it's not that important. This is the best slide, so as long as you've seen that, you're good. But on a side note, I formally titled my presentation 19th Century Latter-day Saint, Religious Liberty in Western Missouri in Historical Context, and I thought that's a really boring title. Why did they change my title? But I looked at my proposal, and apparently I called it that. So I renamed it Religiously Prejudiced Summons by Richard Cummins, because... I'll keep talking over here. Because what I want to look at is basically, is there religious liberty for the Latter-day Saints in western Missouri in this time period, which is 1820s, 1830s that we're looking at, leading up to Latter-day Saints don't get there till 1830s, but leading up to it in the 1820s, we'll look at some letters from then. But also, Richard Cummins as an Indian agent is kind of a key figure. If we want to look at religious liberty, we need to look at what the government, and it's okay if it doesn't work, there really aren't that many slides. So if it's not going to work, we'll survive. Well, here, we'll just flip through so you can see all my slides now and then remember them for when I get to them. These are the four missionaries to the Lamanites. We're going to talk about them because I wanted to step back and say, okay, how can we look at religious liberty? I loved Alex Baugh's paper where he says, okay, what's from the legal aspect is redress for tarring and feathering. But I also am interested in when the Latter-day Saints barely first get there, the missionaries to the Lamanites, go into Indian territory. As we know, they're called by Joseph Smith in the fall of 1830. They travel to Missouri. Oliver Cowdery, Isaac Peterson, Peter Whitmer Jr., Parley P. Pratt. They pick up Frederick G. Williams along the way. and they get to Indian territory, and they go in and they start preaching. Parley Pratt records that they pass through the village, spend the night with the Shawnees, but primarily concentrate their preaching with the Delaware tribe. They speak to the chief, William Anderson, or Kick-the-Weenand, and he at first is resistant. He's like, I don't know if I want to listen. Parley P. Pratt says that he's kind of resistant to the idea. They come back the next day after staying the night with the blacksmith, James Poole, who they do convert. And they talk to him some more, and Chief Anderson is open to their message. So he calls his council together, and they preach to this council. And Parley P. Pratt says, we found several among the tribe of Delaware who could read. We gave them copies of the book, explaining that it was the book of their forefathers. Some began to rejoice exceedingly, took great pains to tell the news to others in their own language. And then he says, the excitement now reached the frontier settlements in Missouri and stirred up the jealousy and envy of the Indian agents and sectarian missionaries to that degree that we were soon ordered out of Indian country as disturbers of the peace and even threatened with the military in case of non-compliance. And so you get this idea. Parley Pratt does not like Richard Cummins for obvious reasons. Pratt describes Cummins as a, quote, difficult man who carried the law to its extreme, was somewhat strenuous, respecting our having liberty to visit our brethren the Lamanites. In his autobiography, he tells recent converts in Kirtland on his way back to Kirtland, that they were compelled by the United States agents, influenced no doubt by missionaries, to depart from Indian country, although we were well received by the Indians themselves. Peter Whitmer also describes Cummins similarly. Oh, I forgot we're going to lose this, so we'll just go through them so you can see. This is the map. We'll come back to that. This is a close-up of the map, so you can see Independence. Oh, and Alex, let me borrow his pointer. Independence is going to be over here. Here's the border of Missouri. And so you can see the Delawares are along top here, and they come down and they meet up with the river, and the Shawnees come and meet up with the river here. Here's another map, just kind of showing the outline. Here's a close-up map, so you can see here's Independence, here's the line, Missouri, over here is unorganized territory. And so this is the Delaware lands, and then the Shawnee lands. And so even though on this previous one, you can see that they're actually quite large, Delaware and Shawnee. They live right in this little section, so it's easy to go back and forth between the Delaware and the Shawnee. And then we'll get to that in a minute. So we have Richard Cummins. Peter Whitmer describes that after the missionaries had commenced their preaching to the Delawares and the tribe of the Shawnees, to our sorrow there came a man whose name was Cummins and told us that he was a man under authority. He told us that he would apprehend us up to the garrison. Essentially, I'm going to get the military to come after you. So we have this negative picture of William Cummins. And what I want to do in the remaining 15 minutes of my presentation is kind of go over three things. Number one is, how do the missionaries to the Lamanites fit into the larger context of missionaries in that time period? Number two, which now we can go to this one, how do the Indian agents treat traders? And if we can see how the Indian agents treat traders, we can see if the way they treat missionaries is different, and therefore if it's religiously motivated. Because what I'm interested in looking at is not only are Latter-day Saints religiously discriminated against, but are other faiths discriminated against on the frontier in that time period? I know frontier is a loaded word. And the third one is contextualize the Latter-day Saints within interactions specifically between Indian agents and missionaries in general. So we just did our overview. And I will mention, as I was reading, we'll use a lot of letters from the Indian agents at the time period. It's hard to keep track because for every tribe or group of tribes, there's often an Indian agent, there's a sub-agent, there's an interpreter, sometimes there's laborers, sometimes there's gunsmiths, blacksmiths, et cetera, et cetera. And I finally made a big chart where I wrote everything down so I could keep track of them. But one of the sub-agents of the Iowa nation, he said, there is such an eternal jealousy among the agents mixed in with the influence and opposition of traders, as well as such different views on almost every subject that relate to Indian trade or Indian affairs, that there is no getting at the proper information on any subject, especially if the correspondence of agents, et cetera, be resorted to. So you're warned that he doesn't think it's a good idea to use his correspondence, but we're going to use his correspondence. So, okay, so let's go ahead and jump into kind of the first one. And I jumped around on my pages. I love when you're driving down to the conference and you're like, wait, I should put that part first. So After Cummins comes and orders them out, he tells them, you need a license, which is true. You need a license to go into unorganized territory. And so both Richard Cummins and Oliver Cowdery write letters to William Clark. This is published. This has been in multiple places, including Jenkins' article on the missionaries to the Lamanites. So I'll just summarize those. Basically, Oliver Cowdery writes on February 14th, 1831 to William Clark, who's the superintendent of Indian Affairs in St. Louis, Missouri. And he says, okay, the Indian agent tells me I need permission. Can you please give me permission to preach? He says, I'm from a society of Christians in the state of New York. We're trying to establish a mission among the Indians. I trust you're going to give it to me. And essentially, we want to also have a school for the instruction of their children. Richard Cummins, the next day, he writes a letter to William Clark, and he describes, quote, strange men who had arrived, claiming miraculous manifestations. He then says to Clark, quote, I have refused to let them stay or go among the Indians unless they first obtain permission from you or some of the officers of the general government who I am bound to obey. So note that Cummins doesn't say, don't let these missionaries in. He just says, here's my opinion on them, and, they're going to write to you for a lesson or for a license. And so essentially we have this narrative that we've kind of told from early church history, and it's somewhat in the popular narrative, that Cummins is prejudiced against them. And it's easy to look back on that because when Alex Baugh put up on that PowerPoint slide all of those men that Partridge and Phelps charged, Cummins is on that list, so the Indian agent, right? Also, Benton Pixley, who's another Presbyterian minister, helps force the saints out in 1833. But I'm interested in going back and saying, what's going on at the beginning of 1831? Were they denied religious liberty? Oops, I jumped ahead of myself. So let's go back and give some context on the Latter-day Saints, on the missionaries in general, and what's going on with missionaries in general. And so just kind of a review, with missionaries at this time period, the missionaries' goal of the United States government, they gave money to various missionary groups to, quote, civilize the Native Americans. They said, we'll give you money to go in if you're willing to set up a school to make American Indians live the way that white Americans live. And so the government is invested in having missionaries that will do that. In fact, they have in the federal government reports for that time period, they always include that. The American Home Missionary Society assured its supporters in 1826 that, quote, we are doing the work of patriotism no less than Christianity. So we're patriots, we're missionaries, we're doing the work of patriotism no less than Christianity. In an 1833 letter written by William D. Smith, sent to the Presbyterian Mission Board, to ascertain the possibility of a mission in the region west of Missouri, he referred to the Kansas people as being, quote, some tainted with infidelity and some with papacy, and not only irreligious but grossly immoral. So we have this idea at the time period that, okay, infidelity and papacy are pretty closely linked. So these are both problems. And so if you're Catholic, that's a problem. We don't want Catholic missionaries going in because they're not from the good Protestant side of things. And so if we have if the Latter-day Saints are often viewed similar to Catholics at that time period, then Latter-day Saints aren't viewed as patriots, and therefore they shouldn't be allowed to preach to the Native Americans. So jumping back, basically one of the biggest things to know is Latter-day Saints in some ways are not discriminated against. They're simply 3 months too late. In July of 1830, George Vashon, agent for the Shawnees and Delawares, at the request of their chief fish, wrote to Jesse Green, presiding elder of the Missouri district of the Methodist Church, asking that a missionary be sent to them. So our missionaries get there in January 1831. Back in July of the previous year, they're already requesting Methodist missionaries. The following month, Isaac McCoy, Baptist preacher, passes through the Shawnee Nation on a surveying trip. And his journal says that Major John Campbell, a sub-agent, but acting agent for the Shawnees and Delawares, requested to establish a school among the Shawnees. Methodists had been talking of forming an establishment, but McCoy says their project seems not likely to succeed. They have done nothing yet. So he assembles 20 Shawnees and tries to persuade them to get a school. But they said, well, we'll give you an answer on your way back from your surveying trip. And so I want to point out those two things for one reason. We often look at Richard Cummins and says, okay, he kicked out the Latter-day Saints, but he let other groups in. Neither of these groups actually dealt with Richard Cummins. Okay, so the Baptists, the Methodists worked with George Vashon, and then the Baptists worked with John Campbell. So that's one difference that I think is helpful to see. Cummins is a Methodist, and so he's helpful to the Methodists. eventually. In September 1830, the Missouri Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church met in St. Louis, and they organized a missionary society and start sending missionaries out. Interestingly, that's almost to the week the exact same time that Joseph Smith receives the revelation to send missionaries to the Lamanite. They're just a few states closer, and so the Methodists get there first, and they've already been requested. In November, on his way back from his surveying trip, McCoy stops by the Shawnee again, and he says, "Okay, can I set up a mission here with you?" And he finds out the Methodists have taken two of the bands, they called them, that he wanted to have, and so they've already setting up Methodist missions among those bands. And so McCoy essentially says, "Oh, you already have a mission in that band, I won't come and set up another mission." So there's this kind of respect among the missionaries of, if you're setting up a mission in this area, I'm not going to come in and set up a mission right on top of you. And so that's useful to know, as then the Latter-day Saints show up 2 months later and say, "Oh, now we want to set up a mission." There's kind of this idea among the missionaries of, hey, let's respect each other's each other's space. Okay, we're going to jump then to what's going on with Indian agents at the time period. And let's see if they're targeting missionaries by telling missionaries you need to stay out of Indian territory. We have a letter from Richard Cummins written just a few weeks before he wrote about the Latter-day Saints, and he's writing to General William Clark. So this is 20th January, 1831. He says, "Sir, I have to report the following persons." And you kind of get this sense, it makes me think of my teenage niece who's maybe babysitting, and she's like, "I don't really have power to discipline, but I'm going to tell mom and dad." And so you kind of hear this undertone in these agents and subagents' letters. He says, "Sir, I have to report the following persons who have been transgressors on the Indian land within my agency, which took place about the last of September and the 1st of October last." And then he kind of excuses himself. "I was on my journey at St. Louis performing my official duty, but from the best information I can obtain, the following persons in small companies were all engaged in hunting bees and honey." And then he lists all their names. And then he says, "I'm not certain that I have proof of all of these people, but so-and-so saw them and so-and-so saw them." And then he essentially says, "I don't have the power to force them off, but I told them to get off, but I can't really do much about it." John Doherty, who's an Indian agent up at Camp Leavenworth, writes a similar letter. And he describes a man, this is 13th February, 1831. So the same week that Oliver Cowdery is petitioning, these other Indian agents are petitioning to say, "Hey, we've got all these people coming onto Indian territory, and we're trying to get them out, and we can't get them out." And so you get this sense of frustration that they're like, "Oh, here comes somebody else. We've got to kick them out of Indian territory." And he describes a man named Richard Chance, who's encamped, has hogs, cattle, and domestic animals, such with furniture and cooking utensils, quote, "as would induce a belief that he intended to make a permanent location." So Doherty tells him, "Please, you got to get out of here. You need to leave." A month later, Doherty writes again, and he kind of complains, and he says, should the commanding officer, so kind of punting it to the military, if the military is not going to come in and get these white Americans out of the Indian territory, he says, "and they be suffered to remain, it may result in a difficulty between the Indians who are in the habit of hunting in that area." It says, "Should these men," quote again, "should these men be permitted to remain, it would be at least a tacit license to others to remove and settle in that country. And I apprehend that the number desirous to settle there is not small. In as short time as possible, the country would be filled with white settlers." Andrew Hughes, who's the Iowa subagent, also has opinions about those who are coming in illegally, as well as traders who are coming in legally. He says, "My opinion is clearly that every man, trader or otherwise, who do not deport himself right ought to be sent out of the country. And who can judge," again, coming back to, okay, hey, I'm the agent, I don't have much power, but I wish I did. "Who can judge more certainly and impartially than the agent who lives with the Indians? But it seems that the traders of the company hold in the utmost contempt the powers of the Indian company." And then he says, essentially, "I'll write again soon." And so you see these letters coming over and over and over again. And in another letter, about 4 months later, so this is October 1831, he complains that as Indian agents, they have to appeal to the superintendent. And so essentially, we can't really do anything. He says, "For all violations of the laws from the highest to the lowest grade of offices, even down to the value of a goose, the agents are required to report to the superintendent. And the superintendent will call the Secretary of War, et cetera, et cetera." And he says, "All these operations require much time, during which the agent is pointed at, and his powers, as well as that of the government, is laughed into scorn by Indians and traders." And then lastly, Andrew Hughes again of the Iowa Subagency, in the end of 1831 says to William Clark, "I have neither power to grant or revoke licenses. Consequently, I have but little to do. Had I the power, those gentlemen should have been checked." So you see this attitude, and you got to remember, right? So Sidney Gilbert in the Revelation to go to Missouri, the Lord through Joseph Smith tells him, get a license to trade with the Indians. So not only are they trying to go in as missionaries, but they're trying to go in as Indian traders, which causes some animosity as well. From the people at the time period. And last couple minutes, I want to touch on record of Indian agent interactions with other missionaries. And hopefully this is helping to contextualize where do we fit in this bigger picture, our religious liberties of Latter-day Saints being infringed upon, of missionaries in general. Washington Irving's nephew named John Irving meets a subagent named Marston Clark, who's a cousin of William Clark, of Lewis and Clark fame, in Independence in 1832. And according to Irving, Marston Clark hated clergymen, supposedly the only class of people on earth whom Marston Clark really hated. William D. Smith, a Presbyterian pastor, described Clark as an open and avowed infidel, a foul-mouthed man of inordinate self-conceit, and of course of very little mind. As might be expected of such a man, he is at heart opposed to all religious instruction and expresses himself as having no confidence in schools or any attempt to civilize the Indians. Marston Clark himself wrote a letter in 1833 in which he criticized missionaries in general for, quote, their petitions and applications for privileges and patronage. So you kind of see this attitude, first of all, lots of attitudes, depending on the Indian agent or subagent you talk to. Some are willing to work with the Latter-day Saints, and there's a whole fascinating kind of byplay where the missionaries themselves get into fights, so much so that in 1834, the Shawnee actually write to the federal government and say, can you please just get rid of all of the missionaries? We don't want Baptists, we don't want Methodists, we don't want any of them, because they're fighting so much amongst themselves. And the different Indian agents, for instance, Richard Cummins is Methodist, so he starts working with Thomas Johnson, a Methodist minister, to kind of get more power over the Shawnee. But Isaac McCoy is working with with the Indian agents and subagents that support him. And so we have this real political and factional struggle that's tied up religiously as well, which we didn't have time to get in all of that. Benton Pixley is a Presbyterian minister that also comes into the picture. He had to leave his mission down on the Neosho River because of a conflict with the Indian agent. So we see conflicts all over the place. So in conclusion, let me jump to the last page here. We have one more piece of information that's useful. Even if Richard Cummins is the one that's kind of protesting, we have a letter from a Quaker in 1837 in which Richard Cummins, he criticizes Cummins for saying, hey, he won't let me come in and he won't let me preach to the Native Americans. And so all of this, I think it deserves more research. But my summary is, I feel like in many ways, the Latter-day Saints are not necessarily religiously discriminated against for being kicked out of Indian territory because they fit into the larger picture of religious liberty of Western Missouri borderlands in the Jacksonian era. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex and Bethany and Sherilyn. Wonderful presentations. We have a few minutes for questions. I'm keeping an eye on the text wire, but we can take questions live here, and we have a microphone, so we'll now open it up for questions from the audience. Over here, and wait for your microphone to be delivered for our online audience, and then you can tell us who you'll direct your question to, and we'll have them come up.
Hi, I'm in the middle of reading David McCullough's Harry Truman biography, and so he goes into I don't know who's familiar. Who's read the Harry Truman? Anyway, David McCullough goes into a little bit of depth on what happened in Missouri and the Mormon problem. Anyway, he has kind of an interesting take on Lilburn bogs and just the reason that the Mormons got kicked out, because Harry Truman's ancestors are the ones that settled in Independence and Jackson County, and I was just wondering what your thoughts were, those who spoke today.
You cannot help but like David McCullough. I don't know if you know, he came here to BYU and spoke, and he said, I really appreciate the Y on the mountain in honor of my alma mater, which was Yale. Yeah, that first part of that book, he really goes into Truman's ancestral background and so on and so forth. It's been a long time since I read it, but I thought it was, it was typical David McCullough style narrative kind of history that I thought was really good. So I probably didn't add much to that, but it's.
They felt like he leaves it really open-ended, like that they thought it was the Mormon leadership were responsible for shooting Lilbert Boggs as he was in his home reading. And the other one is, he said the problem with the Mormons is when they got kicked out, they just kept coming back and coming back. But I think he was referring more to the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, of course, they have a large influence there. Yeah, I have a little different views on the Boggs killing. I don't know if you picked that up. I really believe Porter did it. Let's just kind of, he didn't kill him. It was a buckshot pistol. Wanted to maim him, but not kill him. He was in the area at the time. His in-laws, the Beebes, were there, and I think we can say he was there. He would, of course, deny it. I think I just think it was him. Oh no, Joseph, no, Joseph, no. And that yeah, if you wanted to make that connection with Joseph, Joseph would have not had anything to do with it. Right, so yeah. What do you think, Mark?
Okay, I have a follow-up question on that. So, in the Book of the Law of the Lord, where Joseph Smith is in that section where he's talking about how grateful he is for all of his devoted friends, he talks for a moment about Rockwell, and he says Rockwell was an innocent boy. Wasn't Rockwell like 5 years older than Joseph Smith? But anyway.
I think he was younger, wasn't he?
Or younger, yeah, he's quite a bit younger. I'm sorry. Okay. So, yeah, he says Porter was an innocent boy. And it's not completely clear what he's talking about. Or it seems like he's talking about
his innocence in the shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it is significant that this is in the law of the Lord, because for them at that time, and for a long time after that, until just recently, the law of the Lord is a sacred book. It's a confidential book. It has the church financial records in it, and it's so not only is it like, and it has Joseph's personal journal in it. So not only is it like a personal journal, but it's considered Joseph Smith himself considers it a sacred record, and obviously it's been being kept private, and he's gushing all of his emotions, and so it seems like, this isn't like he's out in public and he's saying, we're not guilty. It's in private, and he's saying he's an innocent boy, and so do you think that's means that Joseph Smith didn't know about what Porter did, or what's your comment on that?
Mark, you're more into the Book of the Law of the Lord than I am. Certainly, I really appreciate that insight. Quite frankly, that might be very well what he's saying. Yeah, he's innocent. He was not the one. So anyway, I probably couldn't respond totally on that, but I think it's something to look at. So, yeah, very good.
Just a second. Rockwell's innocent because Boggs is, still lived, right?
We've come to the end of our session. Join with me in thanking the presenters. That was really well done. Spark some good conversations for lunch, and then we'll remind you that the next concurrent session convenes at 1. Thanks for being here, everyone.
All right, it's about that time. Welcome to this session entitled Remembering Joseph Smith's Presidential Campaign. We're glad you're with us for this. We've got two fantastic papers and presenters. Today, our first presenter is Derek R. Sainsbury. He holds a BA in Political Science from the University of Utah and a MPA from Brigham Young University. Also a PhD in American History from the University of Utah. He has taught and administered in the seminaries and institutes of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for 25 years. Currently, he teaches in the Church History and Doctrine Department at Brigham Young University. He is the author of the book Storming the Nation, The Unknown Contributions of Joseph Smith's Political Missionaries. Additionally, he is the author of several articles and conference papers on the intersections of politics and the Latter-day Saint history. He is currently researching and writing a dual biography of Joseph Smith and Robert F. Kennedy, evaluating their lives, campaigns, assassinations, and legacies. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tana Lynn Rutherford at the Maxwell Institute currently, and I heard Derek present on his forthcoming book, and it's exciting, and so look forward to what's ahead. Just concluding Derek Sainsbury's biography here. He is married to Meredith Pettit, and they live in Bountiful, Utah, with their 3 sons. And our second presenter today is Spencer W. McBride. He's the Associate Managing Historian of the Joseph Smith Papers Project and a Managing Historian in the Church History Department. He earned his PhD in history at Louisiana State University. McBride is the author of multiple books on religion and American political culture, including Pulpit and Nation, Clergymen and the Politics of Revolutionary America by University of Virginia Press. And Joseph Smith for President, The Prophet, The Assassins, and the Fight for American Religious Freedom through Oxford University Press. And that's just recently. And he has written about the evolving role of religion and politics for the Washington Post and the Deseret News. McBride is the creator, writer, and host of 3 docu-series. You may have listened to those. Fantastic job. From the Joseph Smith Papers on the First Vision, the Priesthood Restored, and the Nauvoo Temple. He was born and raised in California, and McBride now lives in Utah with his wife, Lindsay, and their 4 children. So we'll turn the time over to Derek.
Hello. In 1895, 80-year-old Nancy Naomi Tracy described in one sentence her experience since joining the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints 60 years earlier. Quote, "We have not been allowed the liberty to worship as we please," end quote. She had not, however, been a passive victim. Rather, she had fought for religious freedom, most notably as the only female electioneer of Joseph Smith's 1844 presidential campaign. Her experience offers a novel lens on the limits of religious freedom in the United States and the unique Latter-day Saint experience to obtain it. Nancy Naomi Alexander was born in 1816 in upstate New York. She excelled in school and was offered a contract to teach at just 16 years old. Instead, that same year, she met and married 22-year-old Moses Tracy. The young couple inherited a legacy of fathers and grandfathers who fought in the War of 1812 and the American Revolution, and with that, the young republic's rights to life, liberty, property, and religious freedom. However, those rights began to fade 2 years later when in 1834 they joined the Church of Jesus Christ and resettled with the Saints in Kirtland, Ohio. The central cause of the Church of Jesus Christ in the 19th century was establishing a Zion society for Christ's millennial return and reign. An early attempt in Jackson County, Missouri created religious, political, social, and economic conflicts that led to expulsion. Regardless, in 1836, Moses and Nancy decided to gather with these exiled saints and build a new life in Far West, Zion's new headquarters. Nancy gave birth to their 3rd child just as the 1838 Mormon War exploded. Moses fought at the Battle of Crooked River, a skirmish that convinced the governor to issue an extermination order, leading to the imprisonment of church leaders and the sacking of Far West. A fugitive, Moses went into hiding while Nancy lay critically ill with her 3 young sons in their home. She helplessly witnessed fellow saints endure unspeakable suffering from their fellow Americans. Mercifully, a neighbor evacuated the young family who rendezvoused with Moses and thousands of refugees now headed to Illinois. Nancy lamented the violation of their constitutional rights. Quote, "O liberty, thou precious boon that our fathers shed their blood to gain, whither hast thou fled?" Unquote. She and Moses joined others in formally petitioning the federal government for redress. Their affidavit requested $500 in lost property and another $500 for, quote, being deprived of citizenship. However, when Joseph Smith took these petitions to Washington, D.C., President Martin Van Buren and the Congress refused to intervene on the grounds of states' rights and electoral politics. As my co-presenter Spencer McBride has argued, the states' rights strategy was as effective at denying full citizenship rights of religious minorities as it was to protecting slavery. American religious liberty was limited to traditional Protestants because Catholics, Latter-day Saints, and other religious minorities were seen as undemocratic and thus dangerous to the American experiment. Understandably, Smith and his followers began to lose confidence in the American political system. The Tracys began their 3rd attempt at Zion in a log hut in Nauvoo, where malaria took their youngest son. In 3 years' time, however, they lived comfortably in a home overlooking the temple site, a comfort they would never know again. During that time, church leaders secured the Nauvoo Charter and Legion that allowed the saints legal self-rule and protection. Additionally, Joseph Smith formulated a political philosophy constructed from the experiences of Missouri, former revelations, and new inspiration. It was a worldview of divine governance as the inheritance of the saints in the United States, centering on 2 ideas, aristarchy and theodemocracy. Aristarchy, or government by good or excellent men, aligned with Smith's revelation to promote and vote for, quote, good, honest, and wise men, unquote. Theodemocracy, defined as when, quote, God and the people hold the power to conduct the affairs of men in righteousness for the benefit of all, end quote, expressed God's sovereignty through his chosen aristarchic leaders, whom the people would willingly support. Joseph Smith introduced these themes in the Female Relief Society, local government elections, his presidential campaign, and the Council of 50. Nancy experienced firsthand all of these but the Council of 50. Scholars trace the political awakening of Latter-day Saint women to the Nauvoo Relief Society. In fact, Smith purposely organized the society's female leaders as an aristarchic living constitution. Early on, they invited Nancy to join, and she reveled in the political and social space it afforded her to participate more directly in Zion. She could express her views, learn parliamentary procedures, and vote. She and her sisters affected political policy by signing a letter to the governor of Illinois, and later, Nancy personally signed another petition to the federal government. Her participation in these activities so influenced Nancy that her eldest son, Eli, though just 10 years old, could 50 years later still remember her excitement. Additionally, at the temple site across from her home, Nancy witnessed Joseph Smith nominate men for city and county political offices. Subsequently, the obedient male saints voted them into the office. What Smith and his followers saw as a theodemocratic protection of God's Zion, outsiders viewed as a threatening theocracy. As conflict emerged again, Joseph wrote to the likely candidates in the upcoming 1844 presidential election, seeking help. When none offered assistance, church leaders instead nominated Smith and began building a serious campaign. Smith and others wrote and distributed a political pamphlet titled General Joseph Smith's Views on the Powers and the Policy of the Government of the United States. Among other proposals, the pamphlet called for the president to have power to intervene within the states to protect constitutional rights. Smith called for a national political reformation, declaring the current system and leaders corrupt. If elected, he would, quote, restore the government to its pristine health and vigor, end quote. These ideas, philosophies, and wording in this document strongly influenced Nancy and her fellow saints' political understanding. On March 11th, 1844, Joseph Smith created another Aristarchic theodemocratic living constitution, the Confidential Council of 50. Believing they were the literal kingdom of God on earth, the council orchestrated Smith's campaign while making plans to move Zion outside the nation's borders if he lost. In April, church leaders called for electioneer missionaries to canvass the nation, preaching and politicking for Smith, including using and distributing the Views pamphlet. At the height of the campaign, over 600 men served, the largest missionary force Smith ever assembled. Some of you undoubtedly in here are descendants of some of those electioneer missionaries. When I did this research, I was surprised to find out that I had one. Moses Tracy volunteered and was assigned to New York. Nancy wanted to go along, in part so the children could meet their grandparents. It seemed quite an undertaking, she admitted, but I felt equal to the task, and she was. She convinced Moses to ask Joseph Smith for permission. Smith concurred, saying Nancy would assist him on his mission. After receiving instructions from church leaders on electioneering, the Tracys departed, armed with copies of the Book of Mormon and Smith's pamphlet, and their 4 young sons under 11. As other electioneers were doing, there is evidence they preached and politicked along the way, and certainly did so once in New York. Both their families were overjoyed to see the children, but were cold to the message of Zion, except for Moses' 14-year-old brother Silas, who converted. Moses and Nancy also advocated Joseph Smith's candidacy, liberally sharing Smith's views with their families. Meanwhile, Latter-day Saint dissenters partnered with political enemies of Joseph Smith to assassinate him. When word reached the Tracys, they were horror-stricken. Nancy remembered that Moses sat, sobbing out loud, quote, "Is it true? Can it be true? When so short a time ago, he set us apart to fill this mission and was all right?" End quote. They remained in New York, continuing to preach until the following spring. Sadly, on their return journey to Nauvoo, their 1-year-old fell ill and died soon after their arrival. Latter-day Saints saw Smith's murder as a rejection of both religious and political salvation. When subsequent persecution drove them from the nation, they decided that the United States government was irredeemably corrupt. The Tracys fled Nauvoo and suffered mightily traversing Iowa. Near winter quarters, their 11-year-old took ill and died. Nancy had now lost 3 of her 6 children, each in the wake of persecution and expulsion. Even writing a half-century later, her anger towards the nation was palpable. She wrote that Joseph Smith's murder was, quote, "concocted from the official head down to the lowest demons that committed the dark deed, and this in our boasted land of liberty that our fathers fought and bled to redeem and to worship God as they chose. May the Lord have mercy on our enemies' souls for their cruelty and wickedness to an innocent and law-abiding people," end quote. Nancy and her comrades were furious that their fellow citizens and their government had once again violated their rights. She and other saints framed themselves as the true Americans who would rescue the founding ideals of the nation by establishing them anew in the West. In the 1850s, the Tracys entered the provisional state of Deseret, soon to become Utah Territory. It was an Aristarchic theodemocracy of Joseph Smith's Nauvoo, now writ large on the Great Basin. Church leaders were nominated to serve in corresponding political offices, and the population assented by voting for them. Thus, Church President Brigham Young was also governor, the apostles served in the territorial council, and the different settlements' bishops were also mayors and judges and so on. Not surprisingly, leaders chose former electioneers for these dual roles well beyond their representation in the general male population. The Tracys settled in Ogden, and true to the electioneer theodemocratic relationship, Lauren Farr, a fellow electioneer and stake president and mayor of Ogden, assigned Moses to the High Council and subsequently into county government roles. But what of Nancy, the lone female electioneer? Theodemocracy still inherited America's diminutive political space for women. While her cherished Theodemocratic Zion protected her freedom to worship, it still restricted her politically, at least for now. In time, non-Latter-day Saint federal officials grew uncomfortable with Utah's combination of church and state. In 1857, President James Buchanan sent a military expedition to quell a rumored rebellion. Brigham Young declared martial law, ordering those in northern Utah to escape to Utah Valley. For the Tracys, this latest exodus would again be tragic, as Moses began having strokes along the journey. It was even worse than crossing the plains, Tracy remembered. Quote, "In all our married life, ever since we joined the Church of Latter-day Saints, it had been one continual scene of persecution, traveling from one place to another to find a resting place from our enemies," end quote. Each time it had cost a family member's life, and this trip would be no exception. When word came to return home, Nancy led her family, and ironically, they arrived home from their fourth government-induced exodus on Independence Day, 1858. Moses died weeks later. Nancy felt, quote, "completely worn down with toil and hardships of which my whole life had been made up after embracing the gospel. But I felt that my religion was more to me than the world," end quote. Her farm bordered that of her husband's brother, 30-year-old Silas, who already had 2 wives. Struggling to work her farm, the educated 44-year-old scriptorian Nancy reminded him of the biblical requirement to marry his brother's widow. Thus, Nancy became a plural wife in 1860 and gave birth to her last child in 1861. She found some rest and stability in plural marriage to raise her younger children, but her and her people's struggle for religious freedom continued. The Transcontinental Railroad's approach to bring more Gentiles and their culture to Utah, one way Brigham Young sought to deflect that influence was having veterans of the Nauvoo Relief Society recreate the organization in every congregation. In 1866, Eliza Snow, the new general presidentess of the Relief Society, helped organize the Marriott Ward, which chose Nauvoo veteran Nancy Tracy as first counselor. "We labored energetically," Nancy recalled, "being helpers to the priesthood in all we could in every way." She again relished the political and social space the renewed Relief Society gave her. For over 30 years, she donated money, food, and even land to the Relief Society for the needy, for missionaries, for temple construction, and especially for the Utah delegation of the National Women's Association. She assisted in teaching the younger sisters the parliamentary functions of the society and in encouraging them to greater spirituality and self-sufficiency. When the railroad arrived, it literally split Nancy and Silas's properties, but its influence failed to immediately split Utah's Theo from its democracy. In late 1869, the Cullum anti-polygamy bill was introduced in Congress. Relief societies immediately held indignation meetings, accusing the legislation as restricting their religious freedom to practice plural marriage. Their articulation and activism surprised even national observers. With such open political support from the women, the territorial legislature gave them the right to vote in February 1870, making Nancy and other Utahns the first women in the nation to vote. And they voted for the church candidates, further entrenching theodemocracy. Nancy was overjoyed to join her sisters in going on the offensive in the fight for religious liberty. Throughout the next 2 decades, Nancy took an increasingly active leadership role in the Marriott Relief Society. The minutes record her teaching, encouraging, leading, and defending religious liberty. For example, she presided over a meeting where they discussed, quote, Joseph Smith offering himself for the presidency of the United States and his views and intentions if they received him, along with many other interesting remarks, end quote. She openly defended theodemocracy, stating in one meeting that, quote, the kingdom of God will eventually govern the earth, end quote. And when attendance to the monthly meetings dipped, Nancy chastened the sisters for making excuses, declaring, quote, these relief societies were not organized for nothing. We have work to do, end quote. That work became more difficult when Nancy's second husband died in 1881, and when subsequent years brought ever stricter anti-polygamy legislation. In 1886, Congress debated the Edmunds-Tucker Act that would unincorporate the church, effectively disenfranchise Latter-day Saint men, and disenfranchise all women. Having exercised a vote for 16 years, Nancy and the Latter-day Saint women fought to keep it. Again, the Relief Societies were ready-made hives of political organizing. They gathered in large numbers throughout the territory and even in Washington, D.C., to protest and to petition. However, when the act passed the Senate, and with her favorite son now in prison convicted of polygamy, Nancy expressed in a meeting that she, quote, felt it was a solemn time, and there was not much time for laughter or dancing or foolishness, end quote. As the House of Representatives deliberated, Nancy contributed to a fund financing the female Latter-day Saint delegation in Washington and prayed with her sisters that the delegation would have, quote, influence with the nation for good. All their efforts proved fruitless, and the act became law in 1887. Yet the aging Nancy kept the fight for religious liberty alive in her Relief Society. For example, she read non-Latter-day Saint Jeremiah Wilson's fiery speech to Congress defending Latter-day Saints. Yet in 1889, the Gentile Liberal Party defeated the Latter-day Saints People's Party in the Ogden elections. The next year, they would win in Salt Lake City, and the United States Supreme Court would rule the Edmunds-Tucker Act constitutional. Church President Wilford Woodruff soon announced a revelation that the church would cease plural marriage. But the end of polygamy was not enough if the Latter-day Saints wanted to be admitted as a state. The last vestige of theodemocracy disappeared when church leaders disbanded the People's Party and directed Latter-day Saints to join the Democrat and Republican parties. In 1895, as a convention drafted the Utah Constitution, including reinstating the vote for women, Nancy wrote her third and most comprehensive reminiscence. She noted with irony that non-Latter-day Saints had established their various churches in Utah and, quote, worshiped as they pleased. But did they give us the privilege when we dwelt with them? No, verily no. We were cast out from among them, persecuted, and our leaders slain. We have not been allowed the liberty of conscience, which other people have enjoyed, and which the Constitution guarantees for us to worship as we please. It was painful for Nancy to see church members, including her own children and grandchildren, splitting into Republicans and Democrats, creating division and strife in a political realm that had only known Zion's unity for half a century. What good was statehood and reinstatement of the female franchise if she could not vote theodemocratically? What was happening was confusing and even apostate to Nancy. She had lived long enough to see the beginning of her people's longed-for and hard-fought religious liberty, but at the cost of almost everything she had struggled to build. What does it all mean, she wondered, longing for the current strife and contention to vanish, and the saints to again, quote, with one accord, vote the same ticket, end quote. Ultimately, her beliefs gave, quote, consolation and satisfaction to know that we shall eventually become the head and not the tail. This is worth living for and, if necessary, to die for, end quote. Nancy would outlive theodemocratic Zion by only 6 years. Fittingly, she passed on March 11th, 1902, the 58th anniversary of the Council of 50, who sent her and her husband to defend religious liberty. Her grandsons and granddaughters now enjoyed the religious and political rights she had fought and suffered for. Yet, as she neared death, her thoughts turned to her female friends who had already passed. Quote, they had fought a good fight, kept the faith, and have gone from this earth to a higher and nobler sphere of action, Joseph Smith's only female electioneer penned. When my time comes, I hope to enjoy the society of these noble women and labor with them on the other side, as I have done here upon this earth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Spencer. I wrote a book about Joseph Smith's presidential campaign. For those who may not have read it yet, I won't tell you how it ends. But in writing a book, and in talking about this book, I'm often inclined to invoke the great writer Charles Dickens, and that might seem odd to you. But I promise if you bear with me, it's all going to come together. You see, Charles Dickens wrote what I personally think is the greatest opening line to any novel ever. Now, some of you might be thinking about A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. I mean, that's good too. But my personal favorite line, and one that drives my organization of the work I present as a historian, is this. It comes from A Christmas Carol. Charles Dickens writes, "Marley was dead to begin with." It's amazing, right? You're sucked in with that one line. And then he goes on for 3 paragraphs to tell you just how dead Jacob Marley was. And I'll tell you, he was as dead as a doornail. Why so long on Jacob Marley's death? Well, what Dickens writes next is that Marley's death, his status of being deceased, must, quote, be distinctly understood if anything wonderful is going to come from what I'm about to relate. As a historian, I love a good story, but I also want to make sure those to whom I speak and to whom I write understand kind of the bigger point. What must be distinctly understood if anything wonderful is to come from my remarks today? And it's this. Prior to the American Civil War and the adoption of the 14th Amendment, the Bill of Rights did not apply to individual states. I'll say that again, because it's really important. And we heard about that from Dr. Gordon this morning. Prior to the American Civil War and the adoption of the 14th Amendment, the Bill of Rights did not apply to the individual states. And it wasn't even until the 1920s that the Supreme Court begins to consistently apply the freedom of religion clause in the First Amendment to the individual states. This must be distinctly understood if we're ever going to make sense of why Joseph Smith ran for president and why people today should care about a presidential campaign that ultimately had no chance of succeeding. See, I wrote this book knowing that Latter-day Saints and those that come from denominations who trace their heritage back to Joseph Smith would have a natural curiosity about this campaign. I wanted to help them understand it. But I wanted to tell the story in a way that those who might not care about Joseph Smith at all can find meaning and significance in his quixotic presidential ambitions. Joseph Smith ran for president to change the Constitution on this point. He believed that religious minorities would never experience full religious freedom until the federal government was empowered to protect them when states failed to do so. And we can see how he arrived at this point. The expulsion from Jackson County, a petition to Andrew Jackson's administration led to no federal redress. The expulsion from the state of Missouri under threat of state-sanctioned extermination. A meeting with the president in the White House. A Senate committee hearing in the Capitol building. And the federal government said, "We can do nothing for you." Can you see why Joseph Smith saw a problem with the reigning constitutional interpretation of the day? And it wasn't just a popular reading of the Constitution. There was precedence. In the year, I wrote this year down because I always seem to forget it. The year 1833, the Supreme Court decided in the case of Barron v. Baltimore, explicitly, the Bill of Rights cannot be enforced on the individual states by the federal government. And then a year after Joseph Smith would die, just to show you the context in which he was living, the Supreme Court would rule in another case, Permoli v. New Orleans, that specifically the federal government cannot enforce the freedom of religion clause in the First Amendment. Joseph Smith said, something has to change if we're ever to experience universal religious freedom in the United States. But his answer wasn't to run for president, not initially. He continued to petition Congress. As Derek said, in 1839, 1840, he meets with Van Buren. They have a Senate committee hearing. And they're told the federal government has no jurisdiction in the case, but that doesn't stop Joseph Smith. In the fall of 1840, they petition Congress again. No luck. In 1843, again, no luck. And in 1844, again, no luck. It's when, in 1843, that it appears that what had happened in Missouri is about to happen again in Illinois, that Joseph Smith and church leaders get desperate. How can we protect the civil rights of our people living as American citizens? Joseph Smith writes, as Derek mentioned, to all 5 men expected to run for president: Martin Van Buren, Richard Mentor Johnson, Lewis Cass, John C. Calhoun, and Henry Clay. Only 3 of the 5 respond. Clay and Calhoun give responses that really irked Joseph Smith, but they at least had a principle upon which they were standing. They cited states' rights. They said, according to the doctrine of states' rights, this is paraphrasing them, the federal government can and should do nothing to help you. Now, Joseph Smith didn't like those answers, and this is just my personal opinion, though. If there was one that irked him more than any others, it was that from Henry Clay. Because Henry Clay gave like the most politician answer ever. I sympathize with you, I feel for you, but I don't want to make any promises because then I'm going to be held accountable for them when I'm elected. No one agreed to help the Latter-day Saints. And it was in this setting, this sense of desperation, that Joseph Smith and his fellow church leaders decided they should have an independent candidate for president. And church leaders, namely the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, determined it should be Joseph Smith. Now, one issue drove Joseph Smith into the election, but he was not a one-issue candidate. He published a robust campaign platform called General Smith's Views on the Power and Policy of the Government of the United States. They weren't really into short titles. And he called for the end of slavery by purchasing the freedom of the enslaved men and women from the proceeds of Western lands sold by the federal government. He called for criminal justice reform, that the rising, burgeoning penitentiary system was designed to punish but not rehabilitate, that in essence, there was class discrepancy in how people were punished by the legal system, and that prisons were designed, in essence, to create a permanent criminal class. He argued for territorial expansion, annexing Texas, taking all of the Oregon country, and eventually, if the people in these lands allowed it, expanding into Canada and Mexico. He called for banking reform. But at the heart of his campaign was this, that the federal government should be empowered to protect religious minorities when states refused to do so. Well, we know how the story goes. He runs a campaign, he sends out hundreds of electioneering missionaries, and Derek has written the most in-depth study of the men and the women who serve those missions that exist. And they canvass the country. Some newspapers mock Joseph Smith. Others dismiss him entirely. Others take seriously certain planks in his platform, but are unwilling to take him seriously as a candidate. But it is all for naught because Joseph Smith ultimately is assassinated. And I know I told you I wouldn't tell you how it ended. I'm sorry, I forgot. But this is important because it illuminates a forgotten aspect of American history. We love to talk about the United States as a place of exceptional religious liberty. And on a global stage, you know what? We do pretty well. The United States is doing a lot better than a whole lot of other countries, even early in our history. But we are fooling ourselves if we buy into the myth that religious freedom was in place from the time of the founding on, because it simply wasn't. But when we have these oversimplistic views of the American past, we create what one historian has called myths we forget by. And so in talking about the unpleasantness, the unpleasant episodes of American history, including the story of Joseph Smith and the Latter-day Saints, it's not to demean the American founding or to demean the American experience, but to understand it and to get better. And that's what Joseph Smith's story can do. And it doesn't just tell us that there were mobs and that there were bigots, and that there was prejudice. We know that. It tells us that there were structural problems that emboldened mobs to persecute religious minorities. It wasn't simply prejudice in the minds of some Americans. It was constitutional interpretations and laws on the books that condoned such prejudice. That's where Joseph Smith's story, I think, is really relevant to the larger narratives of American religious freedom. But it also helps us understand many of Joseph Smith's actions in the last year and a half of his life. Actions that have led some of his biographers to deem him a megalomaniac when I don't think that's actually the truth. Let me give you a few examples. Joseph Smith, while he's running for president, has church leaders petition Congress to make him a general in the United States Army. They petition Congress to make Nauvoo a federal city, comparable to Washington, D.C., in that it would essentially secede from Illinois and be under federal oversight. Simultaneously, they are petitioning Congress to donate a generous tract of land in the Western Territory to the Latter-day Saints where they could settle. And Joseph Smith has dispatched members of the Council of 50 to negotiate with the Republic of Texas about the Latter-day Saints potentially moving there, leaving the United States altogether. What do all of these actions have in common? They're trying to get around the doctrine of states' rights. If Nauvoo is a federal city, the federal government can protect the Latter-day Saints. If Joseph Smith is a general in the United States Army, he can dispatch troops to protect the Latter-day Saints. If the Latter-day Saints move to Texas, they don't have to worry about states' rights at all, so on and so forth. And so it's when we understand that Joseph Smith meant it when he said it to the Nauvoo City Council, the states' rights doctrines are what feed mobs. And that's a quote, not a paraphrase. He was speaking about the situation that he and his fellow Latter-day Saints were in. They were religious minorities desperate for protection. And these unprecedented actions taken in the last year and a half of Joseph Smith's life are often what religious minority groups have had to do in American history. Throw whatever legal challenge they can against the metaphorical wall and see what sticks. You know, something that was really fascinating to me as I researched for this book is to see who else was calling for the enforcement of the Bill of Rights to individual states at this time. Joseph Smith was early. He's on this vanguard. And if you look at two of the other most prominent examples, you have the Shakers in New York. Now, the Shakers were pacifist, and they held all their property in common. In New York, there was a law that required all men to enlist in the state militia, and if you did not, you would have to pay a $4 tax. But because the Shakers held all their property in common, they argued that that amounted to a tax on their religious community because of their doctrinal belief in pacifism. They argued that where New York was persecuting them, the federal government should be able to protect them. They failed in those requests. Similarly, in 1845, you have a Catholic priest in New Orleans, Father Bernard Promoli, who is being prevented from holding open casket funerals due to a pandemic in the area that summer. He sees this as an infringement on his religious freedom. His case goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. He fails. But if we look at who is on the vanguard of Americans calling for the Bill of Rights to apply to individual states, it's not constitutional scholars. It's not legal experts. It's leaders of religious minority groups whose lived experience has led them to realize there's something wrong with the Constitution when this can happen to us. They are the first, or among the first, to call for this constitutional reform. So, in conclusion, let me ask this question. Was Joseph Smith right when he said that the states' rights doctrines were what feed mobs? In part, yes, but it wasn't the entirety of the problem, because as Derek told us, once the Latter-day Saints moved to Utah territory, things don't get better. In fact, in some ways, they get worse. They were beyond the states' rights doctrine, but under complete federal oversight, their problems did not go away. However, there's one incident that I think speaks to the viability of Joseph Smith's claim, and this happens in 1854 in the state of Missouri. Senator David Atchison, a sitting U.S. senator, and some of you might know that name more because he was a member of the militia who helped expel the Mormons from Missouri in the first place, now a sitting senator, writes to Secretary of War Jefferson Davis, yes, that Jefferson Davis, about a new, quote-unquote, unwanted political minority in the state of Missouri. It's not a religious group. It's the abolitionists. They're flooding into Missouri, a slave state, and the enslavers who live in Missouri are worried about it. And David Atchison writes to Jefferson Davis, assuring him that he's got it covered. And this is what he writes, quote, "We are organizing to meet their organization. We will be compelled to shoot, burn, and hang, but the thing will soon be over. We intend to Mormonize the abolitionist." A sitting United States senator had turned the word Mormon into a verb that meant to shoot, burn, and hang an unwanted political minority. It's appalling, but how did he get to that point? This is how Missouri had treated the Latter-day Saints as an unwanted political minority, and they had gotten away with it because of states' rights. They were emboldened then in 1854 to do the same thing. In this instance, states' rights really did feed mobs. And so I mentioned this in my book and in my presentation because I think as we talk about religious freedom in the present, and we can see that the United States has done well, but we're not there yet to the goal. There's more work still to do. Yes, the fight for religious freedom is a fight against prejudice. It's a fight against bigotry. It's a fight against violence. But it's more than that. It requires each and every one of us to consider political philosophies that on the surface may have nothing to do with religion or religious minorities. Such was the case with the states' rights philosophy. But some of these political philosophies that on their surface are benign, in their implementation have a discriminatory effect on minority groups. Joseph Smith's call for constitutional reform then echoes today as a call for us to be mindful and considerate of how some policies that we support may or may not have similarly discriminatory effects. Thank you.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? That exceeded my expectations. All right. We have the opportunity now to ask some questions. And as you're thinking about those things, I want to remind those who are online watching that there is a text-to-message way to get your own question to us. So again, the telephone number to text to is 385-799-5771. And I will receive your question. And we can present that to our amazing presenters. I want to start out by appreciating the fact that they bring this around to the implications of what they are studying in the 19th century to today. I think that was fabulous, and I'm sure we have some great questions from that. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yes, and before we do that, let's make sure that we get you a microphone. And I bet somebody smarter above my pay grade can get this to work for me.
If not, we could just repeat the question.
That sounds good. You're close. Come on up.
Just a quick question, based on the information you talked about on states' rights, would that like justify the Confederacy to, did it still go on until the Civil War broke out, the Confederacy to repulse the Union Army for coming down on the same basis and attack them?
Wait, so make sure I understand your question, that the states' rights philosophy could be used to justify. So the Confederacy used states' rights as justification to protect slavery and then to secede from the Union. Whereas I see Joseph Smith as being opposed to the states' rights philosophy. Not necessarily because he had a distinct view on federalism in theory, but in practice he realized one of the main problems was religious minorities could not get protection. So yeah, I don't think Joseph Smith was using and thinking about states' rights the same way that the Confederacy would. In fact, probably quite the opposite. And he himself had called for the end of slavery. And just as an aside, it's fascinating because I don't know if his plan would have worked to end slavery in a country where it was so entrenched and people were so committed to this institution. But it was Josiah Quincy, the mayor of Boston, who, in the year before he died, in the 1880s, I believe, remembered meeting Joseph Smith and lamented that the country hadn't considered more plans like Joseph Smith's, more creative ways of ending slavery before it took a civil war to end it. And so that's just an aside, only tangentially related to your question. I hope it's worth it, though.
Okay, let's see. Still not working, but Marilyn, I'll just repeat the question.
Do you see any similarities with what Joseph Smith was concerned about to today's controversy in our country dealing with election laws?
Okay, so Spencer, why don't you repeat the question? Yeah.
So do I see any similarities to what Joseph Smith was saying in his campaign to ongoing controversies with election laws? I don't. Elections ran similarly, but in some ways a little differently then. There was the Electoral College, there was voting in the community, but each community kind of had a lot of leeway in how they.
I meant today's present election.
Oh, today's present election laws. Yeah, and I don't know if Joseph Smith had much to say on election laws. I mean, he was a fan of democracy and free and fair elections, I think is fair to say. Because I've been speaking about this book a lot, it's natural for questions of people wanting to compare Joseph Smith's political views then and try to say, hey, where would he fit today? I think it's entirely natural that we wonder that. And the best answer I can give is more kind of high level, because I don't know if Joseph Smith fits in any one party or in any one camp today on the many issues such as election laws. But I think if we're trying to find present day parallels to Joseph Smith's platform, the core of Joseph Smith's political platform was compassion for those on the margins of society. He's calling for the protection of people who are imprisoned, sometimes imprisoned more harshly because of their class status. He's calling for the protection of religious minorities. He's calling for the protection of racial minorities. And so the common theme in Joseph Smith's political platform is compassion for those on the margins. Where that would bring him on matters of election law, I'll ultimately let each one of you guys ponder for yourself. So I hope that's a satisfactory non-answer. Does that work? Did you want to add anything, Derek? Okay.
Well said. I actually do want to bring this over to what would Nancy say today about the political climate? I would love to just, is that okay if I do that?
Sure, I haven't talked to her lately. I've spent a lot of time thinking about her. I think she would find it quite distressful that inside the church there has arisen such animosity over political views that are partisan, that people are tending, at least what I'm seeing, tending to view even the gospel through the lens of their partisan political parties or thoughts. I think she would, as I used in my presentation, I think she would think that's apostate. That she's looking for unity. Now, of course, you know, theodemocracy is a lot different than democracy. But as far as that general idea, I think she would be disappointed if we couldn't sit down and talk things out as opposed to vilify one another, even inside of our own church.
Other hands, yes, please.
So, in another section, they actually read from the Missouri Constitution that there were all of these rights saved, and so it looks to me like the problem is just general lawlessness, not a lack of rights there. That people do, and the Supreme Court decides whatever it decides without regard to the Constitution.
Yeah, so the question was an observation, I believe, from Alex Baugh's paper about the Missouri, am I right on that? The Missouri Constitution actually lists freedom of religion. And this was common in many of the state constitutions, and it wasn't enforced. And that is part of it. So there is an element of lawlessness. And one of the things we have to understand about religious freedom in this time is it was by Protestants for Protestants. And how do you justify treating Latter-day Saints the way you treat them? You justify them as fanatic. You call them fanatics. You describe their religion as not really religion in order to justify this treatment. And then all of a sudden, you're not persecuting, in the minds of these vigilantes, you're not persecuting a religious minority. You're defending democracy, is how they justify it in their minds. Joseph Smith was not trying to get rid of state sovereignty, states' ability to make laws to be enforced in their states. What he was saying is there's a problem when the state itself is the offender, is the one abridging the rights of a religious minority. What do you do, in his words, when the governor himself is a mobber? What do you do when the state is not doing its responsibility or is the one offending? And that's where the constitutional change had to come in. And so that, I guess that's why the emphasis should be empowering the federal government to protect religious minorities when states fail to do so. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but so if the Supreme Court and the federal government are the ultimate protectors, if they are just as corrupt as the governor of the state of Missouri was, what have we gained?
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the problem. So Joseph Smith is trying to essentially bring about an ideological change in the way we talk about the Constitution, but also to change the hearts and minds of the people and saying, look at what has happened to the Latter-day Saints. It's an uphill battle. And ultimately, the Latter-day Saints, as Derek mentioned, choose to leave the United States because they feel the country has failed them time and time again. They're not going to the Utah Territory when they leave. They're going to Mexico. Derek?
I would just add on the lawlessness part that it's a different world back then. That same summer in Philadelphia, there are riots between Catholics and nativists who don't want. I mean, the reason it starts is immaterial. The idea is that violence wasn't just on the frontier for political means; it existed in the whole nation against minorities. I told you of my third great grandfather, who I found out was part of the electioneer force. He was in Boston at what turned out to be the biggest political rally that the campaign ever had, which was broke up and ended in a brawl because of some Whig, what do they call them? I forgot. Yeah, they were hecklers, but there was dandies. Yeah, well, wig dandy hecklers who broke up the meeting and started a fist fight. So, as Spencer was saying, the ideas not only structurally, but to say that as a Catholic, because you believe in the Pope, that's un-American. As Mormons, because you believe in Joseph Smith's authority, that's un-American. Or Quakers, because you don't believe in defending your country, that's un-American. So it's not really religion. And so in their minds, violence, if the law won't do things their way, is seen as acceptable, which is dangerous, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
First, thank you both very much for your papers. I was curious a little bit about Nancy Tracy's life and Relief Society political life after the dissolution of the People's Party after the entry into the Union. I realized that Nancy Tracy only lives about 6 years, but you describe how when the Relief Societies are reorganized, they become a political space. They're political mobilization sort of units, in a sense, for these women. Does that persist even after the People's Party is gone and Latter-day Saints split into multiple parties, or are there any changes we should be mindful of?
Great question. It persists particularly in the sense of working for women's suffrage across the United States. So when Utah becomes a state, it becomes the third state to have women's voting, right? And so they actually start to take an even bigger role in the national association, the national suffragist movement. And as I saw in the meeting minutes, contributions that were given straight to Utah's delegation for the National Association of Women. So what we don't see, at least from what I've researched, is Relief Societies breaking down into, well, you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, we're going to organize this half of the ward against you, or anything like that. But they do remain very politically active in trying to move the vote nationwide.
Thanks. Another question about Nancy. I actually wasn't very familiar with her story before, and it's interesting to think about her maybe in the context of other like sister missionaries, and if this moves the timeline of when we think about women representing the church and kind of Latter-day Saint interests outside of their communities, right? And then also in general just women's participation in politics that doesn't have a lot of direct entry into voting rights. And so, we think about the Council of 50 and the exclusion of women, participants being told not to talk to their wives about it, and then her participation of it. And I guess what I'm saying is, for her proximity in these two ways, I guess, what does she show us more about the spaces that women have occupied and the timelines in which that happened and occurred?
I think the scholarship has been moving up the date as far as women pushing the edge of political activity within the spheres that they could, right? It's pretty much universally accepted that the Relief Society is kind of the beginning of that political awakening for Latter-day Saint women. I would also say that as far as moving up the timeline with missionary work, Lucy Mack Smith goes with Hiram up in Detroit in the early 1830s, and according to her, she preaches. And so it's kind of a difficult thing to nail down, because do they have to have a specific call? Do they have to, you know what I mean? And whereas, because there were actually a few other wives that traveled with their husbands, but none of them, we don't have any record of any of them preaching and politicking like Nancy did. And you can tell from not only before she left on this mission, but after, that was part of her makeup. That was part of who she was. And so I think it's worth exploring more and more the women before the suffrage movement, right, in Relief Societies. I still think there's a lot to be done with a lot of records that exist of minutes of Relief Societies. I just looked at one and one stake minute book, and there was a ton there. So there's your dissertation or whatever.
There you go. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Yes.
Yeah, in this same theme, I've just often, and so I want a confirmation if I'm on the right track. You know, we know Wyoming women get the first voting rights. Do Utah women just overflow into Wyoming to influence more of these very frontier women to be able to vote because Wyoming is a state and Utah, Deseret just isn't yet? How much influence do LDS women here in Utah have on the first voting women in Wyoming?
Not much. Wyoming's still a territory. And
But
we're
isn't that where the women first
Yes,
got to vote?
the legislature there gives them, it's in the West, right, where Eastern Moors aren't, you know, so strong and established that these things come forward. We're actually the first to have women vote just because we have an election sooner. But as far as immediate influence on the Latter-day Saint woman in Utah to the women in Wyoming, I don't see a connection.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and end there. We want to, just for a minute, thank our panelists one more time, please. Fantastic papers. Thank you for coming, and we'll end there. Thank you.
what's going to be an epic session. And I don't use that word epic lightly. This will be wonderful, and I'm grateful to be together. My name's Anthony Sweat, and I'm in Church History and Doctrine here at BYU. I've been asked to moderate this session. The title of this one is Pushing Back Municipal Efforts to Safeguard Religious Liberty in Nauvoo. And we get to hear from Gerrit Dirkmaat, and he's going to be presenting first on Too Long Trampled On to Be Celebrated Religious Bigotry in the Latter-day Saint Refusal to Celebrate Independence Day. And then we get to hear from Jeffrey Mahas, who will speak to us about pluralism, dissent, and municipal power, Nauvoo's religious liberty ordinance in the courts. Let me just read a little bit from their bios from both of them. Gerrit J. Dirkmaat is an associate professor of church history and doctrine at Brigham Young University. He received his PhD from the University of Colorado in 2010, where he studied 19th century American expansionism and foreign relations. Gerrit has worked on the Joseph Smith Papers. He's published award-winning books like From Darkness Unto Light. He's done groundbreaking research on the sermons of Brigham Young. He's just a wonderful scholar and a dear friend of mine. We're privileged to be able to have him today. Jeffrey Mahas is a historian at the Church History Department with the Joseph Smith Papers Project. He has worked on the Administrative Records Series, the Document Series, the Legal Records Series, and the Financial Records Series of the project. He received his MA in U.S. History from the University of Utah. And I don't know Jeff as well, but I'm sure you're going to do us a mic drop moment at the end, aren't you? Well, this is going to be wonderful, and we'll give the time to Gerrit first, and then after Gerrit to Jeff, and then we'll take questions as usual.
All right, well, first let me apologize, Tony, that you probably had to stop, take a breath, get a drink for the title. You know, when you start studying 19th century history, one of the things that's really profound to you is just how writers of the era would literally include the entire purpose of the book in their title, and which is great because you always knew what the book was about. And I guess the longer I've been a historian, I'm becoming what I'm studying because Tony had to take 2 breaths to get the title out. I apologize to the conference presenters, whoever typed up the program. I mean, you know, maybe it's because I've been reading too much Mormonism Unveiled. You know, we always call it Mormonism Unveiled, but the reality is the real title of the book is Mormonism Unveiled, or that faithful account of that singular imposition and delusion from its rise to its present time, with sketches of the characters, the propagators, the full detail of the manner in which the famous Golden Bible was brought before the world, to which are added inquiries of the probability the historical part of said Bible was written by Solomon Spaulding more than 20 years ago and intended by him to have been published as a romance, is the actual title of the book. So if you're going to cite it and quote it, you need to be accurate. And so, you know, maybe in my efforts to try to let you know what this was about, I went a little too far. Probably not exactly the most enticing topic either, I would guess, that many people are like, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Well, the Latter-day Saints, of course, have, as this conference demonstrates and will continue to demonstrate, have a fraught relationship, a peculiar relationship with the United States government in its history, as well as local governments and with American culture. And for the Latter-day Saints, in Joseph Smith's era, their patriotism was something that they were actually quite proud of. They believed themselves to be the truest-hearted American citizens. Now, this, of course, is going to place them in a pretty rough juxtaposition when the very government that they feel themselves to be the best citizens of seems to be the problem, or at least completely unwilling. I mean, over the course of time, the governments, both state and federal, are at best going to be utterly apathetic to the violence that's taking place against them, and at worst, the perpetrators of that violence, and shielding those who commit that violence. And so, in 1841, you see that though they've had horrendous experiences in Missouri, though Joseph has already met with President Van Buren and had the president, in whatever way he said it, say, I don't think I'm going to help you, the reality is Latter-day Saints still demonstrated their public display of patriotism every 4th of July. And this 1841 4th of July celebration is replete with cannons firing, with the Nauvoo Legion marching up and down there, state representatives there giving speeches, and Joseph himself is going to give a speech. He strongly testified of his regard for our national welfare and his willingness to lay down his life in defense of his country, and closed with these remarkable words, "I would ask no greater boon than to lay down my life for my country." However, this love, I guess like so many, is very unrequited, or at least as far as Latter-day Saints are concerned. As the years progress, as the increasing intolerance in Illinois becomes apparent, Joseph, in desperation, is going to reach out to the various presidential candidates, as you've heard in other sessions, asking what they would do for the Latter-day Saints were they elected president. And men that he had put his hopes in, like Henry Clay, are going to write back to him and say, you know, again, essentially, your cause is just and I can do nothing for you. This will cause Joseph to do two things. First, he's going to declare himself to be a presidential candidate, not because he thinks he's going to win, but because, like all third-party candidates in American history, it's a way to bring attention to a cause, especially a cause of a suffering minority, which is part of what he talks about. But much more long-lasting, Joseph makes the decision that the Latter-day Saints can no longer expect to receive any kind of justice or peace inside the borders of the United States. And so he will, as you have here from his journal, I instructed the 12 to send out a delegation to investigate the locations of California, and the scribe started to write Mexico there, but they scribbled out because California is Mexico, but Oregon, to find a good location where we can remove after the temple is completed and build a city in a day and have a government of our own in a healthy climate. So the idea that they would need to leave the United States is something that Joseph has already decided prior to the explosion of violence that's going to end up taking his own life. So you can only imagine that in the aftermath of Joseph's murder, the things that were pushing that along, especially among the leadership of the church, but also among their general members, is just more, it's reiterated. It is stamped as an absolute. This is not the first time that they've dealt with violence. It's not the first time that they had state, local, and even federal governments refuse to intervene. For a very brief time after the murder of Joseph Smith, Governor Ford, as if he was trying to backtrack a little bit, came out greatly in favor, trying to protect the saints. But that withers away pretty quickly. By the end of the year, the Illinois legislature has decided that the real problem with the Latter-day Saints in Nauvoo is that Nauvoo has a city charter at all. That the fact that they have a Nauvoo Legion is what's really causing the problem. The only reason why people are threatening to exterminate them is they're just so afraid of the Nauvoo Legion, they can't possibly live in peace thinking that the Nauvoo Legion exists. This is obviously put to a lie as the Nauvoo Legion, as the Nauvoo Charter is going to be repealed in January of 1845, leaving the essentially second largest city in Illinois no longer a city. They don't have the ability to tax, they don't have the ability to have a police force, they don't have the ability to function as any other city government, and they have to then rely upon the county government. These things and increasing threats from other violence only spurs the reality of Brigham Young and other church leaders to continue to look for the possibility of getting out of the country, to plan for it. Now, they aren't going far afield from Joseph in that Joseph had already planned for this. They already were negotiating with the Republic of Texas to move there. They'd already planned on sending scouts out. But after Joseph's murder and the aftermath, the reality is that they need to get out of the country. As Brigham Young will say, the nation has severed us from them in every respect and made us a distinct nation just as much as the Lamanites, and it's my prayer that we may soon find a place where we can have a home and live in peace according to the law of God. I hope to find a place where no self-righteous neighbors can say that we are obnoxious to them. He's going to reiterate that. The Gentiles have rejected the gospel. They've killed the prophets. Those who have not taken an active part in the murders all rejoice in it and say amen to it. He's going to go further to say that if we can get 100 miles beyond the jurisdiction of the United States, we are safe for the present. His plan is to get out. John Taylor, who experiences this, also is more than willing to share his peace of mind. If you know anything about John Taylor, he's not shy to tell you what he thinks. So let me apologize for, he wasn't President Taylor at the time, as I read here. In regard to the situation of the world as it now exists, I don't care a damn, because they are as corrupt as the devil. We have no benefit from the laws of the land, and the only reason they don't cut our throats is because they dare not. We know that we have no more justice here than we could have at the gates of hell. And the only thing we've got to do is to take care of ourselves. We've been excluded from our rights as other citizens. We have a right to make a law for ourselves. Other people recognize this as well, much of it negatively. Here, one New York newspaper talking about the Mormons in the mid-1845. It is not very likely that these creatures can ever muster strength enough to do anything but very alarming to the peace of the whole country. But they are likely enough to make mischief to their nearer neighbors, and we are ourselves of the opinion that they will never rest quiet till they commit some overt act of outrage, formidable enough to earn themselves a sound thrashing by a military force. The only force probably that will even have much effect upon them, for they seem to entertain very loose notions on everything in the shape of merely civil and legal authority. They are a band of ignorant fanatics like these Mormons ought to be well watched and not permitted to gather too dangerous ahead in the very midst of a more rational and civilized society. We have no doubt that they have in some instances been misused by those who surround them. But making the best estimate that can be made of their character, they are a disgusting and troublesome band of absurd fanatics. And we do not wonder at them feeling that it is enlisted against them by their neighbors. So the reality is some people even recognize that they're being mistreated. It's hard not to recognize that when houses are being burned down and people are being killed. But as so often happens with persecuted minority groups, the response is, well, yeah, but they kind of deserve that. If you knew that, if you knew what they'd done, then you'd understand why people react that way. Minor Deming, who is the sheriff of the county at the time, in July of 1845, writes to his parents. This is a private letter. He's writing to them. This isn't for his political purposes. The mob party that murdered the Smiths in jail tried and hoped to burn out and expel the Mormon population of the county, amounting to 12 or 15,000 people. With their friends and its political influences, makes a violent, desperate, and lawless faction. These men have declared that they will not regard law, so they beat, threaten, insult, and injure whom they choose with impunity. This is a non-Latter-day Saint giving that commentary. And so when the 4th of July rolled around, rather than the cannons and guns that were fired off normally in the parades and celebration, as George A. Smith will write, if I had more time, we could really spend some time if we zoomed in close. Look at George A. Smith's neckbeard. I mean, that is, look. It is incredible. I mean, it is, look how low it is. It's under his Adams. Anyway, if you don't remember anything from this, George A. Smith's neckbeard. But he records in his journal that there was no noise or firing of guns in the city on the 4th of July, unlike all of the others. And perhaps one of our best evidences of this deliberate decision that they were not going to endorse and celebrate the 4th of July comes from a young married Latter-day Saint woman, Irene Haskell. She wrote to her parents who were in Massachusetts, "The 4th of July has just passed. I suppose there were balls, tea parties, and the like in the East, but here there was nothing of the kind. The Mormons think the liberty and independence of the United States has been too long trampled upon to be celebrated." Or as Zina Jacobs would say, "When I cast my eye about, what do I behold? Every brother armed with his gun upon his shoulder to protect his family, and brethren from the violence of the furious mob who are now burning all that falls into their way round about the country. Ah, liberty, thou art fled. When the wicked rule, the people mourn." And so, in the Nauvoo Neighbor, John Taylor, the same John Taylor who was not shy of giving his opinion, said, "So many actions have been perpetrated against the Latter-day Saints over the past 15 years that independence, or it has been commonly called the 4th of July, had a very few charms as a nation's birthday or patriotic holiday. The extermination from Missouri, the assassination at Carthage of Joseph and Hiram with impunity, the repeal of our city charter by might to rob us of right, gave the noise of shouting and the firing of cannon throughout the nation the appearance of a great gun that had been fired for joy a long while ago, but now is silent. We've entered into the 70th year of liberty or Republican administration and government, but from the intestine commotions and divisions, religious and political, we may safely quote the psalmist's words. He's going to drop down here. The United States is in comparison a poor, weak old man in his 70th year, adjusting his spectacles to read the fires, murders, storms, and calamities with which a just God is vexing his prodigal now. He's going to receive some pushback from this, as other newspapers, antagonistic newspapers, learned that the Latter-day Saints didn't celebrate the 4th of July as good patriotic Americans should have. Some, like the St. Louis New Era. We were informed by a gentleman who spent the birthday of American independence in that city of fanatics that no notice was taken of it whatsoever. The usual business of the place was carried on without interruption. A large number of persons were at work on their holy temple on that day, and our informant inquired of some of the principal ones why the day was not observed. Their reply was that they considered this no land of freedom, but of despotism, and besides that, they had no part or lot in the government. Other newspapers, I won't go over all of them for time's sake, but they all outside attacked, and you can see the problem where the Latter-day Saints are at. How is it that you can protest the injustices that are being put against you? As a hated and a despised minority group that they are, if you simply celebrate the 4th of July as giving you this great, wonderful independence, which it is not affording you, well, then you suggest to people that the problems you have aren't really that big of problems. But if you protest, even in a silent protest, one that's publicly visible, well, then the response is, see, I told you. They weren't good Americans. I told you that they were a problem. See, what person would not celebrate the Independence Day? But on this day in 1845, Latter-day Saints made a very deliberate decision that they were not going to celebrate the nation's independence. After these criticisms came in, John Taylor's going to take up the pen again, and I'll leave you with this to give Jeff more time to clean up all my messes, but the above quills of the inner man pricking through the hypocrites' hides made the saints feel all over. After having been robbed of $1 or $2 million worth of property, been murdered and exterminated by executive authority from the independent Republic of Missouri, after having had a city charter either given or taken surreptitiously, besides the martyrdom of 2 of their best men, while under the plighted faith of the state, yea, verily, the celebration of the 4th of July heretofore more than any other people, and throughout the Union except Nauvoo, the past anniversary by the Mormons is all chaff. Stealthily forcing our guns from us in Missouri, taking the state arms and cannon from us in Illinois, so that the pimps of the New Era and the Gazette and those in juxtaposition their mind, we might celebrate the 4th of July with pop guns. Vote, as they say, for nabobs to rule over us, and please to the last we crop the flowing food and lick the hand just raised to shed our blood, crying, freedom, freedom. Oh, the blessings of liberty. If you lynch men to death in Vicksburg for gambling, or burn a Negro alive in St. Louis, or massacre men for being Catholics and foreigners in Philadelphia, it is all in the way of independence. Here, Taylor links the abuse that other hated minority groups suffer at the hands of the blessed liberty of the United States, and gives the social commentary that it's wonderful if you happen to be in the majority to be able to celebrate independence. But what do you do when you are the hated minority? And it's in that realm that we have to be most cognizant when we are thinking about religious liberty today. We are thinking about liberty of conscience. If there's no way for someone to protest the way that they have been treated, well, then that makes that person sharing their grievances pretty difficult. So I will close with that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. On March 1st, 1841, Joseph Smith introduced a remarkable piece of legislation to the recently elected City Council of Nauvoo, which was passed with little to no discussion or debate. Titled, An Ordinance in Relation to Religious Societies, this law decreed, quote, that Catholics, Presbyterians, Methodists, Baptists, Latter-day Saints, Quakers, Episcopalians, Universalists, Unitarians, Mohammedans, and all other religious sects and denominations whatever shall have free toleration and equal privileges in this city. Superficially, this ordinance is perhaps the most well-known piece of legislation passed by the Nauvoo City Council. However, I argue that it is also widely misunderstood and underappreciated by scholars. While frequently praised today, this ordinance generated considerable opposition and hostility in the 1840s. Opponents of the ordinance feared that it would be used to target Smith's critics and to stifle religious dissent in the city. Indeed, at least 3 individuals were arrested and convicted under the ordinance, in each instance after insulting Joseph Smith. However, all of these convictions were eventually overturned. By exploring this ordinance, its opposition, and the legal cases which arose from it, I argue we can gain insights into the philosophical and legal tensions which swirled around Nauvoo in the 1840s. The Religious Society's ordinance was clearly born from the Latter-day Saints' experiences in Missouri. By passing this ordinance, Smith and the City Council hoped to both legally enshrine Nauvoo as a place of refuge from persecution and to rhetorically separate themselves from their persecutors abroad. The ordinance legally established principles that Smith had been publicly advocating for since their expulsion from Missouri. From 1839 on, Smith publicly stated that all religions should have equal protection from persecution in the United States. To a newspaper editor in the East, Smith declared, "I do not believe that human law has a right to interfere in prescribing rules of worship, to bind the consciences of men, nor dictate forms of private or public devotion. The civil magistrate should restrain crime, but never control conscience, should punish guilt, but never suppress the freedom of the soul." Commenting on the Religious Society's ordinance, Smith later editorialized that the law knows no difference between Mormon citizens and other citizens, and that there is no law in the United States or in this state to prevent people from worshiping the Almighty God according to the dictates of their conscience. And under the broad flag of American liberty, the Methodists, Presbyterians, Catholics, Universalists, Friends, or Latter-day Saints are all one. Their religion is unknown. They are all citizens of this great republic and are governed by the same law, and they all possess equal privileges without distinction. As Smith acknowledged, the United States Constitution theoretically promised equal protection to all religions. Furthermore, Illinois state law specified that all religious societies of every denomination should receive equal protection and encouragement from the legislature. However, after Missouri, Smith and other saints knew that these theoretical protections held little comfort to those who suffered from religious persecution. Smith came to realize that it was not enough for the Constitution or laws of the nation and states to promise equal protection if they could not enforce those provisions. As he later explained to the Council of 50, quote, "There are only 2 or 3 things lacking in the Constitution of the United States. If they had said all men are born equal, and not only that, but that they shall have their rights, they shall be free, or the armies of the government should be compelled to enforce those principles of liberty." To that end, Nauvoo's Religious Society's ordinance had the teeth to enforce what the Constitution or state law lacked. In addition to promising free toleration and equal privileges to all religious sects in the city, the ordinance also specified that those found guilty, quote, of ridiculing, abusing, or otherwise depreciating another in consequence of his religion, or of disturbing or interrupting any religious meeting, were to be put on trial, and if convicted, could be liable for a fine of up to $500 or 6 months imprisonment, or both. On one level, this ordinance closely resembles Illinois' Sabbatarian law, which outlawed Sabbath breaking and disrupting any worship service. However, Nauvoo's ordinance went beyond this law by extending protection not just to worship services, but to religious belief in general. Furthermore, they increased the fine from the state's $50 to $500 in the city. For Smith and others on the city council, these provisions ensured, they believed, that Nauvoo would remain a beacon of religious toleration and of free exercise of religion. By claiming to protect all religions, they believed that they were embodying the fulfillment of American ideals. However, opponents of the church were less sanguine about the provisions of this ordinance. For these critics, the Religious Societies Ordinance was an example of a flagrant abuse of Nauvoo's chartered authority. In a public speech in May 1842, gubernatorial candidate Joe Duncan attacked the Religious Societies Ordinance as, quote, a disgraceful attempt to form in a Republican government an established religion by legal enactment. On the surface, Duncan's claim that the ordinance created an established religion in the city seems pure hyperbole and contradictory to the universal language employed in the ordinance. However, in their critiques, these men look past the universal language that was emphasized by the saints and has been emphasized since by later scholars, and instead focused on the provisions for enforcing this law. They saw the ordinance's criminalization of ridiculing, abusing, or otherwise depreciating another as a potential means to legally reinforce Smith's religious authority in the city and his control over the region. As the hostile Sangamo Journal editorialized, with the ordinance, potentially, quote, any citizen who in passing through Nauvoo may think proper to speak with contempt of Joe Smith may be arrested with or without process and be imprisoned 6 months or compelled to pay a fine of $500. While Smith and others in Nauvoo seem to have been sincere in their praise of and commitment towards broad toleration of other faiths, their critics were likewise correct about the potential for this ordinance to enforce Smith's religious authority over the city. According to the extant records we have for Nauvoo's mayors and municipal courts, at least 3 individuals were prosecuted for violating Nauvoo's Religious Societies Ordinance, and in each case, Joseph Smith was the alleged victim and complainant. Little is known about the circumstances behind the first prosecution of this ordinance, beyond the simple facts of the case. On November 9, 1841, 9 months after the ordinance was passed, Joseph Smith swore out an affidavit before Mayor John C. Bennett accusing Stephen Markham of using, quote, abusive language towards Smith in the public street. Bennett had Markham arrested that same day and convened a trial where Markham was found guilty and fined $25. However, there are also a number of irregularities with Markham's trial, and there are signs that the city did not necessarily see the Religious Societies Ordinance as the best tool to prosecute his supposed crime. A month after the trial, Bennett noted that he had reconsidered the case, and Markham's fine was remitted, a very notable breach from Nauvoo's jurisprudence, where cases from the municipal court were supposed to be, from the mayor's court were supposed to be appealed to the municipal court. Here instead, Bennett just says, I'm reconsidering the case, it didn't happen. Furthermore, in his docket book, Bennett stated that Markham was charged with disorderly conduct, not for violating the Religious Societies Ordinance. Nevertheless, the only possible city ordinance Markham could have been convicted under at the time was the Religious Societies Ordinance. The charge of abusive language even seems to track with the ordinance's prohibition on abusing someone on account of their religion. Bennett's description suggests that he saw Markham's prosecution as a fulfillment of a non-extant disorderly persons or vagrancy law. Such vagrancy laws were common in many states and cities until the 20th century, and they were deliberately vague to provide a wide latitude for civil authorities to prosecute idleness, drunkenness, unspecified disorderly conduct, or suspicious individuals, as well as supplying a legal means to threaten and prosecute undesirable residents. Nauvoo did not have such a law at the time of Markham's prosecution, and in its absence, the Religious Societies Ordinance appears to have served a similar function. 4 days after Markham's conviction, the Nauvoo City Council addressed this apparent deficiency in Nauvoo law and passed an ordinance concerning vagrants and disorderly persons. Beyond criminalizing disparaging comments about one's religion, the vagrancy ordinance more broadly outlawed, quote, profane and indecent language or behavior, and particularly language or behavior targeting city officials. That winter, at least 8 individuals were prosecuted under the new disorderly persons ordinance, although only 2 were convicted. The most consequential prosecution of the disorderly persons ordinance came in March 1842, when Joseph Smith swore out a complaint accusing Nauvoo resident Amos Davis of violating the ordinance. Davis had moved to Commerce by 1836, where he ran a store and hotel. Shortly after the Saints moved to the region, Davis ingratiated himself financially, socially, and religiously with the newcomers, even joining the church in 1840. However, by 1842, his relationship with the church and Smith had soured over a financial dispute. On March 9, 1842, Joseph Smith stopped in Davis's tavern for tea. However, Davis refused to enter the room with Smith and ordered him to leave the premises. After Smith left, Davis loudly and apparently quite animatedly insulted Smith's character to those present in the tavern, calling him, and this is a long list, a whoremaster, a scoundrel, a rascal, a liar, a knave, and a swindler. One witness claimed that Davis also asserted that he was willing to meet Smith, quote, in the woods with words, fists, or rifles. While most of those present remembered Davis primarily accusing Smith of trying to swindle him in their business dealings, there were religious overtones as well, as one witness recalled that Davis accused Smith of trying to get financial gain, quote, out of Mormonism. The following day, Smith swore a complaint to Bennett, accusing Davis of violating the Vagrancy and Disorderly Persons Ordinance through his indecent language and behavior. After a brief trial before Nauvoo's municipal court, a jury found Davis guilty of violating the ordinance, and the court ordered Davis to enter a $100 recognizance to guarantee that he kept the peace for 6 months. While Davis avoided open conflict during this period, his relationship with Smith and the church continued to worsen. In November 1842, Joseph Smith initiated a string of legal prosecutions against Davis and another individual named Thomas Hunter, based on their criticism and verbal attacks. These prosecutions saw Smith returning to the Religious Societies Ordinance as a means to prosecute those critical of him. On 28 November 1842, Smith accused Hunter of maligning the church and Smith's character in violation of the Disorderly Persons Ordinance. According to Smith, that same day, Hunter had accused Smith of being, quote, an impostor and a swindler, and that the church as an institution was a swindle machine. Based on Smith's complaint, William Marks, a Nauvoo alderman, issued a warrant for Hunter's arrest. The next day, following Hunter's arrest, but before his trial, Smith swore out a second complaint before Alderman Daniel H. Wells, this time alleging that Hunter had violated the city's ordinance regarding religious societies as well, with his ridiculous and abusive language against Smith's character. At the trial before the municipal court, Hunter pled guilty to the charges, and Smith recommended the defendant to the mercy of the court, which Smith's journal clarified meant that Joseph Smith forgave Hunter the judgment. Nevertheless, the court agreed to discharge Hunter without a fine, but ordered him to pay the full cost of the suit, amounting to $8, and also issued a $10 fine against Hunter for contempt of court because he used disrespectful and abusive language to dismiss the authority of the municipal court. The same day as Hunter's trial, Joseph Smith filed a similar complaint against Amos Davis, accusing Davis of having depreciated Smith's moral and religious character in violation of the Religious Societies Ordinance. On the 30th of November, the municipal court assembled to try Davis's case. After the witnesses testified, Chauncey Higbee, Davis's attorney, claimed that the prosecution had not produced evidence sufficient evidence to support a breach of the ordinance. Accordingly, he argued that the charges should be dismissed, and the court subsequently agreed with Higbee and non-suited the case. Joseph's journal attributed the non-suit to the informality of the writ drawn by Esquire Wells. However, Smith's subsequent charges against Davis suggest that the issue may have actually been the city ordinances that Smith had accused Davis of violating in his complaint. While Smith's use of the Religious Societies Ordinance had been successful in prosecuting Hunter, it initially failed in prosecuting Davis. The same day that Davis's trial ended in a non-suit, Smith swore out a second complaint, again related to the 25 November incident, but this time merely accusing Davis of, quote, indecent, unbecoming, abusive, ridiculous language concerning the acts and character of Smith. The complaint further stated that Davis possibly made these slanderous remarks at diverse other times and previous to this time. The complaint only referred generally to Davis having violated the ordinances of the city, which was almost certainly a reference to the Disorderly Persons Ordinance, but probably a reference to the Religious Societies Ordinance as well. On the 3rd of December, 1842, the municipal court tried the case. Although Davis's attorney objected that the complaint was too broad and that the court lacked jurisdiction, the court nevertheless found Davis guilty, fined him $50 plus court costs, and required Davis to sign a recognizance for $200 to guarantee that he would keep the peace, quote, especially towards Joseph Smith, for the next 6 months. Davis initially refused to comply with the judgment and was arrested a few days later for failing to either pay the fine or give the recognizance. Davis relented 3 days later, but still, these two cases were just the beginning of Davis's legal woes in December of 1842. Over the next several days, Davis was charged with violating Nauvoo's temperance ordinance, and actions during this trial led to further charges of assault and disorderly conduct against Davis. In each of these subsequent cases, Davis was found guilty. Both Davis and Hunter appealed their convictions at the next session of the Hancock County Circuit Court in May 1843, presided over by Stephen A. Douglas. Because of his multiple convictions, Davis's appeal was the most complicated. According to an agreement between Nauvoo's city attorney and the defense attorney, Davis's 3 appeals were to hinge on, quote, the legality of the ordinances, and if the city council has the authority under the charter to pass said ordinances. Accordingly, on 16 May 1843, the defense attorney and Nauvoo city attorney filed motions to dismiss the suits and to dismiss Davis's appeals. Davis's attorney claimed that the proceedings against Davis had been contrary to the constitutions of Illinois and the United States, and that no law or ordinance had been violated. The motion likely associated with this case also stated that Nauvoo's courts lacked jurisdiction to try the cases. Nauvoo's attorney, meanwhile, primarily objected to the procedures of Davis's appeal, claiming that his appeal bonds had been irregularly entered into, and that the appeal to the circuit court was altogether improper. After hearing the attorney's arguments, Davis overruled both objections and proceeded to hear the appeals. Less is known about Hunter's case, but his appeal was heard by the court the same day as Davis's, and presumably his appeal likewise revolved around the question of whether Nauvoo's ordinances, and particularly the Religious Societies Ordinance, were legally justifiable. After hearing initial arguments, Douglas delayed further consideration of the cases, although he apparently requested copies of the Disorderly Persons Ordinance and Religious Societies Ordinance from Nauvoo, which were furnished by the city recorder. In the meantime, to take a break from the case, Douglas had a, quote, very friendly lunch with Joseph Smith on the 18th of May. Following their meal, Douglas and Smith conversed on sundry matters, including the failure of the federal government to protect the rights of the Saints in Missouri. Douglas had been a close political ally of Smith and the Saints since 1839, and was intimately aware of the Saints' history and experiences in Missouri. In 1841, he presided over a habeas corpus hearing over Missouri's attempt to extradite Joseph Smith. And a year later, he was influential behind the scenes in arranging a second habeas corpus hearing for Smith when Missouri tried to extradite him another time. Thus, when Smith condemned the federal government for failing to act, he was not introducing a new topic for Douglas, but repeating familiar arguments and complaints. One of the motivations for Joseph Smith returning to these topics may have been to privately justify the necessity and purpose of the Religious Societies Ordinance, which Douglas was currently evaluating as a judge. Alternatively, as one of Smith's closest political allies, Douglas may have felt it necessary to prepare Smith for potential disappointment. Deliberations over Hunter's and Davis's appeals in the circuit court resumed on the 23rd of May, and Douglas soon declared that he was fully advised of the premises of the cases. In quick succession, Douglas dismissed both Hunter's and Davis's convictions of the Disorderly Persons and Religious Societies Ordinance for want of jurisdiction of the court below. In contrast, he upheld Davis's assault and temperance ordinance violation. Unfortunately, beyond the brief statement in the docket book that Nauvoo's courts lack jurisdiction, we do not have any explanation for why Douglas ruled as he did. There are two apparent possibilities. On strict procedural grounds, Hunter and Davis had been convicted by the municipal court. However, according to the Nauvoo Charter, the mayor's court had original jurisdiction for all cases arising under the ordinances of the city. The municipal court was supposed to be limited to an appellate court for decisions of the mayor's court. Nevertheless, both the Religious Societies Ordinance and the Disorderly Persons Ordinances allowed for trial and conviction before either the mayor's court or the municipal court. Douglas may have overruled Hunter's and Davis's convictions because the municipal court did not have original jurisdiction under the Nauvoo Charter. Alternatively, and I think which is the likely possibility, Douglas's ruling may have been more consequential than simply a procedural objection. The attorneys trying Davis's case had agreed that Davis's appeals hinged on whether the Religious Societies Ordinance and the other ordinances he was accused of violating were legal and authorized under the power delegated to the city of Nauvoo in their charter. Douglas may have agreed with Davis's attorney that these ordinances exceeded the authority of the Nauvoo City Council. According to a contemporaneous and well-respected law dictionary, one aspect of determining a lower court's jurisdiction was that, quote, an inferior court has no jurisdiction beyond what it is expressly delegated. Douglas may have ruled that Nauvoo's courts lacked jurisdiction because the ordinances they were prosecuting exceeded the authority granted them in the city charter. While Douglas's exact reasoning is unclear, subsequent events suggest that Douglas's ruling addressed the legality of Nauvoo's ordinances rather than simply a narrow procedural ruling. Prior to Davis's and Hunter's appeal, there had been at least 3 cases alleging a breach of the Religious Societies Ordinance, and at least 13 cases for the Disorderly Persons Ordinance. However, after Davis and Hunter's convictions were dismissed by the Circuit Court, Nauvoo ceased prosecuting violations of these ordinances. Instead, while Davis's and Hunter's appeals were pending, the city replaced the broad and vague Disorderly Persons Ordinance with a much more detailed set of laws and ordinances for the city of Nauvoo, which delineated, instead of vague offenses, it outlawed specific behaviors such as gambling, rioting, threatening, and assault. Instead of the astronomical fine of up to $500 mentioned in both the Religious Societies Ordinance and the Disorderly Persons Ordinance, the new ordinances limited fines to less than $50 for all cases aside from assault. However, no effort was made to replace or update the Religious Societies Ordinance. Although city officers and others occasionally cited to provisions of the ordinance allowing for civil officers to arrest lawbreakers without process, there were no further attempts to prosecute violations of the Religious Societies Ordinance. Far from just an expression of Joseph Smith and the Saints' public commitment to religious toleration, the Religious Societies Ordinance provides a useful window into the legal and philosophical tensions which undergirded the city. While the ordinance was crafted as a sincere expression of the Saints' commitments to the principles of religious toleration, it likewise demonstrates that religious dissent was seen as beyond the scope of acceptable religious pluralism for the Saints. For the Saints at Nauvoo, the right to worship was protected, but the right to dissent or criticize a religion was not. Furthermore, the ordinance provides insight into the statewide opposition of Nauvoo's chartered powers. Opponents such as former Governor Joe Duncan, the Sangamo Journal, and the Hancock County Anti-Mormon Party all pointed to the Religious Societies Ordinance as an example of Nauvoo's chartered powers run amok. These critics were correct in their belief that this ordinance would be used to prosecute Smith's enemies in the city. However, their fears of Nauvoo becoming an unchecked tyrannical municipality were overstated, and the fate of the Religious Societies Ordinance demonstrates how the legal process seems to have corrected Nauvoo's excesses. Only 3 individuals were ever prosecuted for violating the Religious Societies Ordinance, and in each case, those convictions were eventually overturned. After the Hancock County Circuit Court ruled against them in 1843, the city ceased enforcing the prohibitive elements of the controversial ordinance. While city officials were at times guilty of legislative and judicial excess, they remained open to correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey and Gerrit. Thank you for sharing your research and your just masterful insights and blessing our lives with your knowledge. And for ending on time, both of you. Good job. We have 15 minutes for questions to Gerrit and Jeffrey. And if I could ask a favor, please ask a question and not make a presentation yourself in your question. There is a Provo municipal ordinance that we don't want to levy against you that says that at these conferences you cannot ask a question that lasts longer than a minute. Otherwise, it's a presentation itself. Okay? So we're happy to have questions. If you want to come up, I'll have a roving mic that I'll take around for you.
So is there anything we can do with that ordinance to have fun anymore, or is it just a downer? Was there any good that came out of the affirmative language? Did anybody say, hey, it was great to come to Nauvoo where I could sound off on my deism or something?
I mean, you do have some people who come to Nauvoo and who praise Joseph Smith for allowing them to preach from the stand. I mean, I can think off the top of my head, you have socialist preachers that come to Nauvoo and Joseph invites them to the stand. You have an Episcopalian minister that Joseph allows to come to the Nauvoo temple stand and perform an Episcopalian mass one Sunday. And so I do think the saints are sincere in their expression of religious liberty. Now, it's more difficult to assess, does this ordinance actually end up protecting anyone? I don't think you have any examples of someone specifically pointing to the ordinance for allowing them to worship. You do have individuals who express surprise or gratitude for Joseph Smith allowing them to have, giving them an audience in the city. But I don't know of anyone outside of Nauvoo itself that ever comments favorably on the ordinance.
This is kind of a hypothetical one. Do you think, just personally, these laws that were brought about by Joseph Smith to bring this about, and maybe might not have been the best laws to do, do you think that also had something to do with maybe his character in destroying the press in '44?
So I will say the ordinances themselves, one thing when you study American law on the frontier is there's all kinds of crazy laws and ordinances. Literally part of my career is trying to make sense of Illinois state statutes in the 1830s and 40s, and you can't do it. They're contradictory. There's a lot of problems. And so I don't think Nauvoo is unique in having issues arising from legislation that's poorly thought out. I do think this does maybe show some insight into when you get to the expositor. I think the same principles are kind of at play there, right? Joseph Smith in the ordinance is saying, we protect positive religious liberty. Any religion is protected here. But if you criticize a religion, that's not okay. And I think you see the same when you get to the expositor. Joseph Smith in 1844 gives some of his most beautiful statements in the Council of 50, endorsing religious pluralism and religious toleration. But at that same time, I think many of the saints, including Joseph, feel a great uneasiness about dissension or about criticism, especially from within. And you see that with Davis. Davis is a former church member, and I think so his criticism is maybe taken a little bit more seriously. So I think some of those same impulses you can see in both the destruction of the expositor and in the prosecution of people under this ordinance.
If it's okay, I'd like to follow up on dissent, right? So you've got dissent, and then you have other things like slander and incitement, and there's a range, right? And this really is for both of you in some ways, because what Gerrit's getting at is that we're dissenting, right? We are making a searing, sort of prophetic indictment against a nation, and they're saying that proves you're un-American, when we were saying, no, you're un-American. But our appeal to religious freedom, part of religious freedom tends to be freedom within religion, right? And so is there any sense that maybe in those prosecutions, or as a principle, that they made those distinctions? They could make a distinction between someone saying, hey, you're running a swindle machine, and you're running a swindle machine, I'm going to break your nose. Or you're running a swindle machine, and I'll meet you in the woods. Is there any sense that they made those distinctions between the right to dissent and things that were potentially violent or that suggested, that created some legal liabilities?
I'd say yes and no. The problem that we see is, yeah, you're right, there's different forms of dissent and there's different things like slander and everything else. The problem we see, at least I see in this, is if you look at the private journals of how they're describing the trials, like if you look at Joseph Smith's journal's accounts of the prosecutions against Davis and Hunter, he describes these as slander trials. So he's using the term slander. The problem is the laws that they're using to prosecute these don't say anything about slander. Nauvoo eventually does pass a slander law in 1844, right in the midst of the expositor moment when you have this rise of dissension again. They do pass a slander law. But they're referring to these prosecutions as slander, even though the ordinances themselves don't refer to themselves as slander.
Jeff, while you're up, there's a text question that came through. To what degree did these cases on the defamation of Joseph Smith hinge on freedom of speech? Or is our interpretation of freedom of speech a much more modern invention?
It's a good question.
You want me to text that back? Great question.
I mean, yeah, we've had presenters talk about today how the understanding of the Bill of Rights has changed over time. And in that sense, yeah, some of what we look at, freedom of speech, much of our discourse about it is much more modern. But you do see people, I will say, in the legal documents we have, they are mentioning that they believe that Davis's attorneys are saying they believe that this prosecution is against the Constitution of the United States. They don't spell out which provision of the Constitution they're saying, but I'd imagine that's one of them. And I do believe some of the newspapers do pick up on freedom of speech and freedom of expression in connection with this ordinance.
So now I'm just super curious, like, how did we get back to celebrating the 4th of July?
The question of how we get back to celebrating, obviously, the history of Latter-day Saints and United States relationship is very problematic, and it is another 4th of July celebration in 1851 that precipitates the problems that lead to the runaway officials in Utah Territory as well. It's a 4th of July celebration which is half-hearted, followed up by a 24th of July celebration that is allowing the government to know that wrongs have been committed. I think for the Latter-day Saints, the way that they feel, with whatever level of justification you want to give them, I mean, a good example from what I presented, that Sheriff Minor Deming, he will be assaulted in the courthouse by an anti-Mormon, and in the midst of that struggle, he finally pulls his gun and shoots the guy. Well, the antagonists of the Mormons in the county not only have him arrested for attempted murder, his bail is set at $5,000, which is more than the bail of all of the people accused of killing Joseph and Hiram Smith. So I think for them, they feel like they are constantly facing this inward struggle with themselves, that they're all Americans and that they think that the Constitution's inspired by God and that the problem is it's just the leaders of the government that aren't following it. But over the course of time, you know, by the time you get into the anti-polygamy legislation, they become well aware that there isn't a Mormon battalion big enough. There isn't a Lot's company of troops that go off in the Civil War. There isn't a cannon large enough to celebrate the 4th of July that will cause other Americans to view them as being good patriotic citizens. So, I mean, really, it's not until the 20th century that Latter-day Saints are going to start to develop as part of their persona in America anyway, a strong patriotism to the government rather than a strong ideal of freedom. So the one is always there, but the government, the federal government, for roughly 100 years is seen primarily as an enemy, at least in their experience. So.
Thank you both so much for the presentations. I'm curious about when you described the Latter-day Saint refusal to celebrate the 4th of July as a kind of silent protest. It made me think of contemporaneously statements from, say, Frederick Douglass, like what is the 4th of July to a black man in America, and even reaching into our present, some athletes who kind of don't, who sort of refrain from national anthem participation. In what way is this too big a picture to bring all together, or is there any through line that you would say ties them, whether to each other or in the imagination of the American majority?
That's a great question. I mean, I obviously the persecution the Latter-day Saints faced then, and the horrors of slavery and bigotry perpetrated against African Americans they're not comparable in that regard. So certainly not in regard to the heinousness of the crimes and the perpetuity of them and the amounts of them. They're not similar, but I do think that it is certainly worth reflection. Now let me speak personally rather than as a historian, which means now I'm not an expert at all, or I wasn't even before. And that is that I think that the knee-jerk reaction from people who are in the majority, whether that be culturally, racially, that the knee-jerk reaction is when someone appears to protest an aspect of that culture, that they are attacking them personally, and that they take it in a very personal way. And you can understand why someone might take someone kneeling at the national anthem that way. You know, perhaps they have a loved one or themselves fought for the country. And those are the same kinds of things that are at play then. I mean, some of the responses to the lack of proper Mormon patriotism is from people that, well, I served in the War of 1812, and, you know, that kind of thing. But at the same time, I think it is an unwinnable argument for a persecuted and hated minority group. If you say nothing, then the behavior doesn't change at all. If you protest in a way that's in any way recognizable, well, then you're a real problem because you hate the culture. And I think that Latter-day Saints face this unwinnable argument. We were as patriotic as we could possibly be. We're inviting every single person there. As John Taylor says, you took our cannons away from us. You came and confiscated them. And now you're wondering why we're not shooting off a cannon in the city. You have it. You took the cannon. And so I think that's something that I hope people can reflect on. When you are in a persecuted minority group, you often have very few effective ways of protest. And the Latter-day Saints learned that over the course of not only that decade, but the rest of the century. So.
Okay, any last questions? Doesn't appear so. Let's give them one more round of applause for these excellent presentations. Thank you for being here today.
welcome. It's so nice to see you here at the Church History Symposium. My name's Casey Paul Griffiths. I'm a professor of church history and doctrine here at BYU. I should say assistant professor. There's a difference. And we're glad to have you here for our very last session. We have two wonderful presenters that we're excited to hear from, Bradley Armstrong and Kent Larsen. And so we've already had an opening prayer to start the symposium. We'll start with our first presenter. Let me give him a brief introduction. Bradley Armstrong grew up in Logan, Utah. He served a mission to Iowa. He graduated from USU with a degree in history, and he's been active in community organizations and events, and he is currently serving as the president-elect of the Cache Valley Historical Society. It is okay to clap. Let's give some warm applause to Bradley Armstrong.
B.H. Roberts, it could be suggested, was an enigma within politics during the 1890s. He was surrounded by political controversy throughout his adult life. The challenge he faced was separating his yearning for politics from his ecclesiastical responsibilities. Roberts' political ideology frequently opposed the mainstream political views of the First Presidency and the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. He supported religious freedom and would write about and speak on the official position and policy of the church regarding the separation of church and state whenever the issue needed to be addressed. He would take great care in reinforcing the church's position after Utah was granted statehood in 1896. The central theme for this paper is a position B.H. Roberts took on church-state relations, which he expressed during a banquet shortly after the Utah Constitutional Convention in 1895. He was asked to address the audience on church-state relations. This had been a divisive issue, especially between the territory of Utah and the United States. The crux of his speech was centered on this hypothesis, which he declared, there are three relations which the church and the state may sustain to each other. First, the state may dominate the church. Second, the church may dominate the state. And third, church and state may occupy separate spheres and be absolutely divorced the one from the other, close quote. My goal for this paper is to expand on Roberts' hypothesis using various examples of Mormon history during the 19th century. There are defined times in which we might apply the construct of Roberts' hypothesis to the development of the territory of Utah and how the Mormon Church evolved from settling the territory to the granting of statehood in 1896. I will share some of the measures the United States government took in an attempt to forcibly stop the rise of Mormonism and the freedoms they desired. I will briefly discuss the background and positions of Utah and the leadership in the Mormon Church and how B.H. Roberts fit into the narrative. And I will conclude with a brief summary of the status of church-state relations in the United States during the 19th century. The church and its leaders had been continually persecuted for religious beliefs since its founding in 1830. After the martyrdom of the prophet Joseph Smith in 1844, the saints moved west in 1847 in hopes of finding some semblance of safety and peace from their detractors. The church had some quiet years in the Utah Territory until the early 1850s. The latter half of the 19th century, however, vaulted Mormonism onto the national stage in an unintentional yet profoundly negative light. The federal government constantly pursued the church through political, economic, and legal persecution during the latter half of the 19th century and well into the 20th century. The Manifesto of 1890, delivered by President Wilford Woodruff, temporarily appeased the government. Even after statehood, the church and its members continued to be persecuted to some degree. The persecution was carried out to great extent by every avenue the federal government had within its power. The persecution was enhanced by mob violence, which played a role in various areas of the country. There are many examples during the 19th century of what lengths the government would seek to stop the progress of the church. One example is the Utah War of 1857 and 1858, also known as Buchanan's Blunder. This incident exemplified the persecution led by a false narrative of sedition and treason against the United States. From 1852 to 1890, the persecution was driven in large part by Orson Pratt's declaration in 1852 on behalf of the First Presidency that polygamy would become the standard practice as revealed by revelation. Orson Pratt would become the church's mouthpiece for the practice of polygamy. The other form of persecution was very political in nature. Shortly after the Republican Party was founded in 1854, anti-Mormonism became a foundational crusade for the fledgling Republican Party, which associated polygamy with slavery. The 1856 platform of the Republican Party resolved that, quote, "It is both the right and the imperative duty of Congress to prohibit in the territories those twin relics of barbarism, polygamy and slavery," close quote. The Moral Anti-Bigamy Act of 1862 was the first of several congressional acts that were introduced between 1856 and 1890. It was initially brought before Congress before the Civil War, and though it was tabled, would end up becoming law in 1862. It outlawed bigamy and overturned the incorporation of the Mormon Church in Utah. There were several other congressional acts between 1860 and 1870 that were never passed, but the issue of Mormons and their practice of polygamy, commonly referred to as the Mormon question, was at the forefront in Congress and the Supreme Court. One example of the bill being tabled was the Wade Bill of 1866, introduced by Senator Benjamin F. Wade of Ohio. This bill was focused on placing all federal activity under the direct control of the governor and stripping the Mormon Church of its temporal authority. It was never passed, but opened the door for future legislation that would become law. The Poland Act of 1874 was the next key congressional act to pass. It curtailed the jurisdiction of the probate courts and changed the method by which juries were selected to facilitate convictions under the Moral Act. This bill became front and center as polygamy began to be prosecuted in the courts. A significant feature of the clearly Republican measure was language expediting the appeal of convictions for polygamy to the U.S. Supreme Court. George S. Reynolds was prosecuted as a test case, and the Supreme Court moved the anti-polygamy campaign into a new phase by sustaining the constitutionality of the 1862 law. The presidency of Chester A. Arthur between December 1881 and August 1882 witnessed the introduction of no less than 23 bills and constitutional amendments on polygamy, along with other proposals and stacks of petitions on the Mormon question. There were two important legislative acts that profoundly affected the church in the 1880s. The Edmunds Act of 1882, which declared polygamy a felony in federal territories, and the Edmunds-Tucker Act of 1887, which restricted some of the practices of the Mormon Church. It also disincorporated the church and the Perpetual Immigrating Fund Company. Some of the other provisions included requiring civil marriage licenses and anti-polygamy oath for voters, jurors, and all civil officers. The federal government did all they could to maintain control of the territory of Utah. The time between the Edmunds-Tucker Act of 1887 and the granting of statehood in 1896 could be suggested as a time when the church fell within a greater purview of the state, elaborated by B.H. Roberts' first point in his address. Quote, "Those who argue for the rightfulness of the first relationship will tell you that the state is not within the church, but the church is within the state. They will tell you that it is the state which rules the land, that wages war, that levies taxes, and governs at least the external destinies of that citizen, and that whenever the religious creeds cease to be individual and result in associations, those organizations come within the proper cognizance and authority of the state, and that the state has a right to draw the limits of ecclesiastical policy and to fix the constitution of the church as knowing what is best for the general society," close quote. Looking back at the early political conditions in the territory of Utah from the 1850s through the 1880s, the territory was analogous to a theocratic government. Roberts addressed with this his second point when he stated, "Those who argue for the second relationship, that the church should dictate the state, argue that the church, as a representative of the divine authority, is also the superior authority. That indeed the state itself is but an outgrowth of that superior authority, that as the moon but reflects the light of the sun, so the state borrows whatsoever of authority it possesses from the spiritual authority, the church. Furthermore, they insist that in the matter of chronological order itself, the church antedates the state. It is the first society, primitive and eternal, and hence has a true sovereignty, that the state is properly but the instrument of the church to execute the given decrees," close quote. The implication that the church came to dominate the territory without any voice from the Gentile citizens residing therein was a pressing concern. The congressional acts did provide the means for some non-members to be put into positions of territorial authority, including the governor. They were generally outnumbered and found it difficult to successfully fulfill their duties when members of the church would have the ear of the people. The political manifesto in 1895, issued by the First Presidency, in part states, "The president of the church, Brigham Young, held for 8 years the highest office in the community, having been appointed by the national administration governor of the territory. The first secretary of the territory was a prominent official. An apostle represented the territory in Congress for 10 years as a delegate. The members of the legislature also held office in the church. This was unavoidable, for the most suitable men were elected by the vote of the people, and as we have stated, every reputable man in the entire community held some church position, the most energetic and capable of holding leading positions," close quote. Politics within the territory began to change once the railroad moved through Utah and became a primary means for migrating west. There were many Gentiles or non-members of the church that sought land, freedom, and in some cases, a change in political, economic, or social status. The creation of political parties soon followed as more Gentiles settled in Utah. The members of the church were known as the People's Party, and the non-members were known as the Liberal Party. And this lasted until the early 1890s as Utah prepared to become a state. The territory of Utah recognized the official Republican and Democratic parties of the United States as part of their desire to gain statehood. The process of statehood was very complex. The federal government required more from the territory of Utah than other territories because of polygamy. The church and the federal government would continue to challenge each other even after statehood was granted in 1896. Robert's third point was manifest during this time as the politics of Utah were becoming more defined in order to conform to the national political arena. He stated, quote, "Those who contend that the church and state should exist separately recognize the great truth that the church and the state have independent and different spheres. There is no proper connection between the two, and no necessity exists for interference one with the other. They contend that the church should exist unnoticed by the state, that religious creeds should approximate or separate them according to the inclinations of the church members," close quote. Although the church still held a persuasive influence in all political matters entering the 20th century, the church recognized religious liberties for the citizens of Utah, both members and non-members alike. Once Utah was granted statehood, the church continued to maintain the separation between itself and the state. Any remnants of the church-state unity that was prominent between 1852 and the 1880s were disappearing as more Gentiles would seek public office throughout Utah. There were members of the church who would still seek after and hold political offices, but the era of church authority in the political arena was over. B.H. Roberts' political background began in the 1880s at an early age. He was also a member of the presidency of the 70 and served missions to Tennessee and England between 1882 and 1887. He had many ecclesiastical responsibilities beyond his desired political extracurricular activities. He found politics to be intriguing and soon endeavored to become a political force for the territory and state of Utah. He was a staunch Democrat, and along with Moses Thatcher, was frequently at odds with the leadership of the church. They both ran for political office in 1894, losing to their opponents while opposing the wishes of the first presidency to maintain political harmony amongst the brethren. The attempt to keep politics separate from ecclesiastical matters was often challenging, considering there was a split of political parties among the first presidency and the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. There was a great deal of work necessary to become a state, and there needed to be unity amongst all the brethren. Roberts, however, continued to speak at engagements and never wavered in his political beliefs. He would tout the virtues of the Democratic Party, much to the consternation of the first presidency. They had repeatedly chastised Roberts and Thatcher, who had political aims of his own, and pleaded with them to cease their political activities. The previously mentioned political manifesto of 1895 emphasized the importance of church leaders spending their time and energy on their ecclesiastical duties and to request permission from the first presidency in seeking political office. It was presented to the membership of the church along with a public rebuke given to two leaders during the General Conference of October 1895. Although their names were not mentioned, Roberts and Thatcher took it personally to mean them. Roberts and Thatcher refused to sign it. They were both relieved of many of their ecclesiastical duties. In time and through divine inspiration, Roberts eventually agreed to and signed it. Thatcher never signed it and was dismissed from the Quorum of the 12 Apostles in 1896. Shortly after this incident, Roberts left for a mission to the eastern states, separating himself from politics and to strengthen his faith and testimony. He returned in early 1898, seeking permission to run for Congress. It was granted and he won the 1898 term, but was never seated due to his polygamous relations. After the congressional inquiry into seating Roberts as a representative of Utah, he went back to exerting his time and energy with the ecclesiastical responsibilities that were given him. The political ambitions he sought after for so long were repressed, and he began writing and speaking on religious subjects. The first presidency gave an address to the world during the annual conference of the church in April 1907. Roberts quoted sections of this address to the world and spoke of the religious mind of President Thomas Jefferson at an annual Jefferson dinner in late April 1907. He declared unequivocally the current position and standing of the church, stating, quote, "The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints holds to the doctrine of the separation of church and state, the non-interference of church authority in political matters, and the absolute freedom of the individual in the performance of his political duties. If at any time there has been conduct at variance with this doctrine, it has been in violation of the well-settled principles and policy of the church," close quote. He would also enumerate some specific points that supported the official statement of the church. The principles of the church, quote, "The principles of the church in respect of the matters here considered are becoming better understood both by officers and members of the church, and all are finding the right relationship each to the other, and to the doctrine and policy of the church respecting such matters. Once more we affirm the fact to be that from both principle and policy we favor 1, the absolute separation of church and state, 2, no domination of the state by the church, 3, no church interference with the functions of the state, no state interference with the functions of the church or the free exercise of religion. 4, the absolute freedom of the individual from the domination of ecclesiastical authorities in political affairs. And 5, the equality of all churches before the law. To the maintenance of these principles and policy, we pledge ourselves in good faith as a church. Should political parties make war upon the church or menace the civil, political, or religious rights of its members, such, against the policy of that kind, by any political party or set of men whatsoever, we assert the inherent right of self-preservation for the church and her right and duty to call upon all her children and upon all who love justice and desire the perpetuation of religious liberty to come to her aid, to stand with her until the danger shall have passed," close quote. B.H. Roberts would continue to write about and speak on a variety of political topics, including the separation of church and state, throughout the remainder of his life. He remained in the political arena, sometimes at the forefront and other times behind the scenes. The 19th century presents a rich paradox when one starts exploring church-state relations. For many years, the 19th century was a forgotten century for traditional and historical views of American church-state relations. It was viewed without much focus on many of the important decisions that came through Congress and the Supreme Court regarding the separation of church and state. Constitutional historians, however, have recently come to recognize that the 19th century was a crucible for religious identity that left an indelible imprint on the culture and its institutions, an identity that remains to this day. Religious historians have described the 19th century as a Protestant empire where Protestant and evangelical beliefs and values would dominate the nation's culture and institutions. It was also a time of great religious diversity. The First Amendment in part states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The freedom of religion, as stated in the First Amendment, has been under attack from all sides since the founding of the United States, with many legal and political battles that continue today in Congress and the Supreme Court. The 19th century brought the First Amendment to life for the church. They dealt with a government bent on preventing the church and the Utah Territory from ever expanding to what we know it as today. The church dealt with mob rule as it began to spread throughout the country and the world. Social, political, and economic uncertainties underlie many decisions that the church was forced to make as the people tried to live their gospel. B.H. Roberts lived the gospel and served faithfully throughout his life. He became a political force in ways he did not anticipate or envision. He's remembered as an orator, a politician, and a faithful member of the church. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bradley, for your presentation. We also wanted to let you know there's going to be a question period after both presentations are done. You're welcome during that time to just raise your hand and we'll bring you a microphone, or another option is you can text questions to this number. The number is 385-799-5777. I'll say that one more time, 385-799-577. So if you had a question from the first presentation, feel free to send it right now. I'll read it as the moderator, or you can wait and just raise your hand then. Our second presentation is Kent Larsen. Kent Larsen says he is an academic wannabe, but he is sincere and tries very hard to do quality work. After a career in book publishing and accounting in New York City, Kent has shifted his attention to taking classes in literature and doing research. He's presented at both the Center for Latter-day Saints Festival and the Brazilian Mormon Studies Association Conference, and has published in Erie Anthem and in the volumes The Kimball Challenge at 50 and City Saints. He actively researches the history of LDS literature, LDS history in New York City, and the LDS in the Portuguese-speaking world. Let's give a big hand to Kent Larsen.
Thank you. With a number of lawyers here today, I'm kind of feeling like maybe I should give a disclaimer or something. No, I am not a representative of B.H. Roberts in any way. I'm not even sure I'm a representative myself some days. I want to talk about a little known facet of B.H. Roberts, and that is his life as an author of fiction. It's not widely known, but by early 1902, Brigham H. Roberts had learned that a stage adaptation of his novella, Corianton, would be produced in the Salt Lake Theater later that year. Roberts probably had known about the play by 1898, 4 years earlier, when its author, Orestes Utah Bean, and yes, that was his name, although he generally signed his letters with the hardly better O.U. Bean. So Orestes had planned to read the play to Roberts. It is possible that Roberts ignored or dismissed any possibility then that the play would be produced, but by 1902, it was clear that the production was going to happen. However, he had a little bit of a dilemma because his own version of the novella wasn't available to the public. It was originally written in either 1888 or 1889, just before Roberts was put in prison for unlawful cohabitation. Corianton was published serially in the March through July issues of the Contributor magazine, which was the publication of the Young Men's Mutual Improvement Association and the first LDS-affiliated magazine to actively carry works of fiction and regularly carry it. While it hadn't been republished since that time, Corianton had already served as an inspiration for another novella, Julia MacDonald's A Ship of Haggath, which appeared in the Young Women's Journal, and at this point was then the inspiration for a play. In addition, during the intervening decade, the publication of fiction not only spread from the Contributor to other LDS periodicals, but had spurred the publication of standalone novels such as Nephi Anderson's highly successful Added Upon. So, with Bean's play in preparation, Roberts decided to republish his novella as a book, making some light revisions to take advantage of the publicity of the play. Now, currently when most people think of B.H. Roberts, you don't think of his fiction, as I said earlier. In fact, as I've gone through the biographies that have been written of B.H. Roberts, I have yet to find any of them mention his fiction. He wrote two works of fiction, a short story that was published in the Contributor a few months before this novella, and the novella Corianton. And for some reason after that he stopped, perhaps because of prison, perhaps because he turned his attention more to politics. Today, I want to look a little bit before this story, however, and focus on what the text of the novella Corianton itself says, along with Robert's motivations and message in the story. For Corianton, when you read it carefully, isn't what we immediately think of when we think of the story of Corianton from the Book of Mormon. Today, when we think of Corianton, we think, oh, this is something about sexual impropriety, about sex outside of marriage, basically. But this novella is primarily concerned not with sex at all, but with freedom, especially religious freedom. In addition, because the novella was revised more than a decade after it was first written, and following the principal political period of Robert's life, which Bradley covered in quite detail, it allows us to ask a question, and that is, during this decade or so that Roberts was involved in politics, did his ideas about freedom change? And if so, did they make it into the revised version of Corianton? So, before I go on and look a little bit at Robert's political life and sketch out a few things, let me give you a brief overview of the novella. Roberts begins, not as you might think. He doesn't begin with the mission of Alma and his sons and friends to the Zoramites, but with a story immediately before that of Korihor. You may remember from the Book of Mormon that Korihor is an antichrist, but the words that he's talking about are primarily about freedom. And in Korihor's version, it is an unlimited kind of freedom. In Robert's retelling, Korihor is brought to Zarahemla after the people of Gideon arrest him for the disturbance caused by his anti-Christian teachings. Korihor's popularity lies in his claims of freedom of conscience and in his suggestions that people don't have to believe in the traditions of their fathers. Of course, Korihor goes a bit farther than that, claiming that God doesn't even exist, and because there's no evidence for his existence, and that humans should be free to do whatever they want. Korihor's view is that both religion and law restrict human freedom, and so therefore they should be done away with. In the novella, Alma's son, Corianton, is attracted to Korihor's teachings. and he begins expressing doubt about the teachings of his father Alma and his brethren. When Korihor arrives in Zarahemla, Corianton and his brother Sherilyn disagree about what should happen to Korihor, effectively taking sides in the controversy. When Sherilyn tries to get Corianton to go to a meeting where the mission to the Zaramites is going to be planned, Corianton instead decides to visit Korihor in prison, asking Sherilyn to tell their father that he is going to visit one imprisoned for liberty's sake. At Korihor's trial the following day, Alma, the high priest, is sitting in judgment with the chief judge because Korihor, according to the novella, has asked to be judged by both. Alma is shocked to see that his son Corianton accompanies Korihor into the venue where the trial is. Like in the Book of Mormon account, Korihor is found not guilty of violating the law of the land, but in the ensuing argument with Alma, he demands a sign and is struck dumb. This miracle shocks Corianton into conversion and repentance, and he then joins the mission to the Zoramites. During this mission, Corianton attracts a lot of attention from the Zoramites, both because of his good looks and as well as his manner of preaching. He was very attractive that way. He found lodging in the city, not with the rest of the missionaries, but with one of the chief leaders of the Zoramites, a man called Siantum. One day, while returning to his lodgings, he comes across the mute and now mentally deranged Korihor begging in the streets. Korihor recognizes Corianton as a former friend who betrayed him, in Korihor's view, and Korihor then flees in terror right into the path of a group of horsemen where he is trampled to death. While returning from this shocking event, Corianton finds, on reaching Siantum's house in the late evening, that a young woman is waiting for him outside in the dark. She identifies herself as Joan, a relative of Siantum, whose house he's staying at. And she says that she has come to find Corianton because of his fame. The two walk through the gardens of Siantum's estate, where Corianton eventually gets enough light to see that Joan is very beautiful and seems very interested in him. The two return to the house to find that Siantum is holding a party for the youth of the area. And both Joan and Siantum basically manipulate Corianton into joining the party, where he eventually gets drunk and passes out. The next morning, Corianton's brother Sherilyn finds him and urges him to leave Sherilyn's house immediately, or Siantum's mansion immediately, claiming that Corianton has been seen in the company of the harlot Isabel, and that the whole city has turned against the missionaries because of Corianton's conduct. Corianton objects to Sherilyn's claims, and Siantum, who overhears Sherilyn's claims, has Sherilyn arrested for defamation. After a bit, Corianton leaves Siantum's estate and discovers that, in fact, his brother Sherilyn is correct, that the missionaries are being hounded by the people of Antionum and forced to leave the city. Returning to Siantum's villa, he confronts Joan, who he realizes is actually the harlot Isabel, but she professes her love for him, points out that they have both been ruined by the events, and persuades him to go away with her to her father's home in Sidon, where they can live their lives together. But once they reach there, Joan, or Isabel, proves to have deceived him again, and Corianton eventually decides that he has to leave and rejoin the other missionaries. He is badly beaten for his decision by Isabel's servants, and on arrival to the land of Jershon, where the other missionaries are, the church members from Antionum, who have been cast out of their homes, see him and are on the verge of stoning him when Sherilyn appears again to save the day and save his brother's life. That's basically where the novella ends. It's an interesting novel, I think you'll find. There's really a lot of politics in this, and not so much of the sex and impropriety that you might think. This was written by Roberts around 1889. He'd already had quite a lot of experiences in his life involving issues of religious freedom. When he was called to serve in the Southern States Mission in the early 1880s, he was already familiar with some prosecution that was happening of polygamists in Utah. When he in the South, south of the United States, he also became familiar with it because of the ongoing persecution of minorities of all types in the South during the post-Reconstruction area, especially from groups like the Ku Klux Klan, who were not very happy about Mormons either. While Roberts was there serving in his mission in 1884 in a place called Cane Creek in Tennessee, 2 missionaries were murdered by a mob. And Roberts had to dress up as a hobo, as a tramp, to go in and retrieve the bodies so they could be sent home to their friends. This is known as the Cane Creek Massacre. I'm sure many of you know all about it. Anyway, despite this persecution, and this persecution specifically that involved polygamy, because a lot of the animus that was found in the South towards Mormons was based on the fact that you had the anti-polygamy legislation and controversy that was throughout the United States. Roberts returned briefly during his mission to Utah, and at that time he married polygamously for the first time, and was assigned as the head of the president of the Tennessee Conference of the mission. When Roberts eventually completed his mission and returned to Utah in 1886, he of course found that polygamy persecution had only increased. He soon found work as the editor of the Salt Lake Herald, which I should say basically involved traveling around the states selling subscriptions, not so much editorial stuff. But he was soon, by December of 1886, arrested for unlawful cohabitation. He skipped bail, basically. He paid the bail, and the church helped him skip bail. He got on a train and traveled across the country under assumed name, and ended up in England, where he was the editor of the Millennial Star. Even in England, Roberts faced some of these religious freedom issues, as he also got into a series of debates with a former and anti-Mormon activist named William Jarman, and when the debates that he had with Jarman were threatened with violence, more than once Roberts had to be escape from the venue with the assistance of the police. So, after all of these things, either in those final year or so when he was in England, or soon after he returned in 1889, Roberts wrote this novella, Corianton. Despite his experiences, the novella he wrote is far from an argument for unlimited freedom. Instead, Roberts' logic suggests, in line with the Korihor story in the Book of Mormon, that there must be limits on freedom. I see the novella as having 2 parts. The first, covering basically the story of Korihor, is largely an argument about freedom between Korihor, an argument about freedom between Korihor and the representatives of the Nephite tradition, represented by Corianton's father Alma and his brother Sherilyn. The second part, which covers the mission to the Zoramites and Corianton's fall, demonstrates what can happen when freedom is abused through manipulation, especially in the political realm. So in the first part, Roberts portrays a very strict handling of Korihor, one not found in the Book of Mormon, a case where there's lots of guards around Korihor and where the guards are following him around all the time, where he's in prison. And all of this despite the fact that the case is very quickly dismissed by the chief judge on freedom of conscience grounds. While portraying this hard treatment of Korihor, Roberts condemns starkly Korihor's agitation, projecting onto Korihor a sarcastic and disrespectful view of religion in which Korihor seems unable to distinguish between religion and government, treating them both as infringements on liberty. Korihor also regularly appeals to the crowd as he passes by through the streets of Zarahemla, as if their support would somehow win his case. And during the passage of Korihor through Zarahemla to the prison, Roberts adds an authorial insert in which he takes a very dim view of such popularity, saying, "Those who persuaded men that they were not well governed had many willing followers. And then, as now, demagogues, blasphemers, and the enemies of law and order knew what a tower of strength the cry of freedom gave to a cause, however unworthy or destructive of the very thing in the interest of which ostensibly they worked." Later, Roberts puts a similar sentiment in the mouth of Sherilyn, who says, "Not everyone that cries out against God, religion, and the law is a friend of freedom. They are always its enemies. Let not your minds be carried away by the persuasions of men whose business is agitation, who prosper by violence and thrive on tumults." From these elements, as well as what Sherilyn and Elma say about and in response to Korihor, it is clear that Roberts is arguing that freedom is not found in a lack of any limitations from outside sources, nor in a lack of any accountability for actions. In the second part of the novella, Roberts shows freedom, especially freedom of speech, being turned into a weapon. Kind of sounds like things that are going on today, doesn't it? While Corianton becomes popular among the Zoramites, this popular doesn't actually lead to any missionary success. When he meets Joan or Isabel, she, along with Ciantum, use their freedom of speech to manipulate Corianton into attending a party that was designed to portray him in a bad light. Joan's manipulation is in fact so successful that Corianton refuses to believe his own brother when he comes to and explains the deception. And the deception doesn't just mean Corianton's ruin, because it also means the end of the mission. And after Isabel manipulates, and after that happens, Isabel manipulates Corianton again. His decision to leave with her leads to the mission converts then being expelled from the city. I think the overall message of both parts of this novella then is that freedom must somehow be limited so that it isn't used in manipulating and abusing others. Why would Roberts make such an argument? While in Utah, he saw prosecution of fellow church members for their religious practices. In Tennessee, Roberts saw fellow church members mobbed and killed by those who found their mere presence and even existence a violation of their supposed freedoms, justifying their use of agitation, tumults, and even violence. Instead of the law being an impediment to religious freedom, Roberts sees the law, even in the face of harsh prosecution of polygamy, as a protection against the far worse effects of those who would have the freedom to do whatever they want, including acts of violence. Following the publication of Corianton, Roberts' attention was attracted first to his responsibilities as a newly called general authority, one of the 7 presidents of the 70, and then to politics, as, following the manifesto, and as Bradley discussed, Utah progressed towards statehood and involvement in national politics. As Bradley mentioned, Utah soon became a delegate to the Utah State Convention. He then turns his sights on Utah's lone congressional seat, first losing the election in 1896, and then winning election to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1898. But his election brought national controversy because he was married to 3 women. This led to an extensive investigation lasting nearly 2 years, after which Roberts was not allowed to take his seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. By 1900, this left Roberts bitter and largely led him to withdraw from electoral politics. So, the question remains, do these experiences appear in the 1902 revised version of Corianton? I believe they do, but the changes are subtle and only serve to make the overall message, surprisingly enough, less strident. Most of the changes in the novella are inconsequential, of course, There are changes in punctuation and grammar, the kind of changes that you might expect to have been made by a copy editor or typesetter. There are also changes that are more stylistic, or improvements in how Roberts worded the novella, and changes were simply things that made the novella clearer, assuming less knowledge of the reader. For example, Roberts added into the 1902 version an entire second chapter that hadn't been there before, simply to explain the background information of the events from the Book of Mormon, so that people who weren't familiar with the story didn't get lost. But also among the changes are 30 or so that influence the basic political message. Again, as I say, many of these changes are subtle. For example, Roberts changed, "You have not set on foot any society," to "You have not set on foot any definite movement." This is in the context of the chief judge addressing Korihor's actions and suggesting that there was less organization than there was in the original version of the novella. When discussing Corianton's attraction to the Zoramites, Roberts changed by sheer force of character to the force of his brilliancy, kind of toning it down and making it sound a little less strong. Even later, when Corianton and Joan are discussing their situation, Corianton's ruin becomes his undoing, something a little less strident than it had been before. Of course, not all of the changes made the text less strident. In several places, Roberts actually makes things a little bit more strident. For example, he changes in places where he's talking about groups of people discussing Korihor's situation. He changes them from groups to crowd, as if it's larger and more potentially dangerous. And towards the end of the novel, he changes Joan's, what he calls a touch of defiance in how she handles things, to a touch of mockery, implying that Joan is, again, manipulating Corianton a bit. There were a couple of changes that make the intention to be less strident, I think, quite clear. For example, early in the description of Korihor's statements, Roberts deleted an authorial comment about the French Revolution, specifically mentioning the crimes committed in the name of freedom. Later in the novel, he changes the errors it was their hope to crush, talking about the missionaries that are going to Zarahemla, saying that they were looking to crush these errors. He changes that to the errors it was there to hope to correct. Again, something that is much, much more, much less strident and much strong than it was before. While the changes in the revision of Corianton are subtle, their trend towards mitigating the more strident parts of the novella are clear. Was that because of Roberts' experience in politics during the intervening decade? Some of the things I've read about Roberts and the time he spent is this decade is also the time when Roberts became much more evangelical in what he did in his missionary work and more reaching out to others. So it's possible. On the other hand, it may be simply that Roberts was getting older, and in getting older, maybe he just simply became less strident in his views. Regardless of all of this, I think Corianton's message is an important one. By that, I don't mean to imply that I think Robert's Corianton is some major work of literature, or that it is particularly well written. It is good enough that it's quite easy to read and quite an enjoyable read. However, I think it is important in LDS literature, not because of it being well written or being a huge, wonderful piece of literature, but because it is one of the earliest novellas written, and because it was adapted and adapted again. One of the few, very few LDS works that were so frequently adapted. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but not only did it inspire Julie MacDonald's A Ship of Haggith, and it was made into this stage play that was put on in the Salt Lake Theater in 1902, but also in 1914, a version of Corianton made it to Broadway, where it stayed on the stage for an entire week. And then in 1931, it was made into a film that opened here in Salt Lake City and closed a little bit later. The unfortunate part of the whole film was that it was made by producers who were not members of the church. The director was a member of the church, but the producers weren't. This was before the Hays Code, and there are parts of it that we would consider quite risque today. So anyway, to be honest, we probably shouldn't have expected that the novella Corianton would be a hugely well-written piece of literature from somebody who's writing really their very first novella and who hadn't really spent a long time practicing and working on the craft of writing fiction. So, since we don't have any more fiction from Roberts, it seems that Roberts gave up on writing fiction once he turned his focus to the church and politics. In one sense, I think that's unfortunate, because I believe that Roberts had the germ of a fairly good novel here. The interplay between the argument for religious freedom in the first half of the book and the practice of religious freedom in the second part of the book is, I think, a really wise way of approaching this subject, and one that brings a wonderful, interesting element to the story. Elements of his arguments about freedom, I think, still resonate today with those who argue for limitless freedom and who use speech to manipulate crowds to violence are still happening in our society. Even if he didn't use his experience to substantially improve the novella when he had a chance, it's still worth reading today. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Kent and Bradley for their great presentations. And now we're going to open things up for questions. Again, you're welcome to just raise your hand and ask a question, or if you prefer, you can text questions to 385-799-5771. I think I might have left off one number when I announced it last time. So 385-799-571. We're going to invite our two presenters to come up and sit in these chairs right here while they answer questions. We have a microphone as well that the two of you can kind of hand back and forth to each other. So questions from our crowd. Yes, right over here.
Where could we find Corianton? Would it be in a library or buy one on Amazon?
You could probably buy one on Amazon. You're going to find mostly the 1902 version, because that was published as a standalone book, and books from that time period are generally on Google Books, and a number of places then have taken the Google Books version and put out their own new versions. I'm hoping to work eventually on a critical edition, but I got a little work to do still on that. So.
Your description made me want to see the movie, to be honest with you. Is that on YouTube or anywhere?
No, it's not. Well, not that I know. My understanding is that BYU, well, the story of the film is it was thought lost for many, many years, okay? And one day, a young man in North Carolina, who was the grandson of the director of the movie. The director was a man named Lester Park, a member of the church who lived in North Carolina in the 30s. The grandson found a print of the film in his grandfather's garage, because when it came out, because it was risque, the audience here in Salt Lake, well, they stopped coming to it very quickly. So there was no market, and they couldn't do it anywhere else. And so Lester Park took his copy back to North Carolina with him, put it up in the garage, and kind of forgotten about it. Then his grandson comes across a copy. His grandson at the time was a student at BYU, and basically he had his mother and her sister, who were still alive, donated to BYU to be restored. It had been thought lost for 50 years. So BYU restored it. You can, in the library, it's possible to see it there. That's the only place where I know that you can see it without finding a pirated copy. There's probably pirated copies around, let's be honest. The kicker to all of this is that the grandson who found the movie was later on became quite a influential, somewhat controversial member of the church. You might have heard of him. His name is Orson Scott Card. So,
interesting. Wow, that had some twists and turns.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you. I believe we had another question right here.
So maybe it was Bradley, but you made the statement, I guess I think monolithically about the views of church members back then, but he described that there was differences between the thinking of Roberts and other church leaders. I think in our diverse church today, we can all think of a dozen different issues that we might have different views on, but in the face of the religious persecution, I think we kind of think of them as very unified. What were some of the issues of the day that might have caused people to have different views, and what were they debating about?
Really quick, I'm going to repeat the question so our online audience can hear. Just what were some of the different views in the day that B.H. Roberts and church leaders may have differed on? Please go ahead, Bradley.
I actually presented on this more in depth at the Mormon History Association conference, so I'm trying to recollect some of that. I think it was just the views that John Henry Smith was a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, and he was the chairman of the Utah Constitutional Convention, and he was a staunch Republican, and that's kind of when the Republicans and the Democrats kind of began to split. But one of the big issues, I think, was B.H. Roberts for many years was against women's suffrage. And the majority of the church was for women's suffrage. They wanted the women to have the right to vote, but the B.H. Roberts being a Democrat, I think many in the Democratic Party were against women's right to vote and women's suffrage. There are other issues, but off the top of my head, I cannot remember a lot of the issues because that wasn't necessarily my focus, but I'd be glad to talk with you more a little bit about that after.
Yes, right over here.
For Kent, I was curious, what do you think about Roberts' use of a pseudonym for writing the initial version of Corianton as Horatio?
So Roberts' use of a pseudonym for writing Corianton.
I have to say I really don't know. He used several, as I understand it, he used several pseudonyms while he was editing because he was the editor of the Contributor. I think it was partially so that he could write more and not seem like he was the only person writing. But I don't know for sure. I don't know that I've never researched that myself, and I don't know of anybody that has. So, don't know.
Yes.
Was one of the issues with Roberts evolution?
So,
The nature of Adam.
Was one of the issues with B.H. Roberts' evolution and the nature of Adam?
I honestly am not sure. I've not read very much about that issue with regards to it, but that's something that would be worth, expanding in a paper like this is more of those issues.
If I recall correctly, years later there was a debate over the League of Nations and whether or not the United States should join. And if I remember, B.H. Roberts was in favor of it, and I think it might have been J. Reuben Clark that spoke against it. I could be wrong there. Vice versa. Oh, J. Reuben Clark was in favor and B.H. Roberts was opposed?
So
Okay.
I know Clark was for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember B.H. Roberts having two church leaders speak out on a political issue, having a debate at the Tabernacle, which is something that is pretty extraordinary. Well, folks, it is 4:30, and we have reached the end of our time, so we're going to invite Craig Armstrong to come up and give us a closing prayer. Just for your information, Craig is Bradley's father, so we're glad that he could be here, and we'll be honored to have him have the closing prayer, and then we'll excuse you after that.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to be present this day. We are so grateful for those who have spent so much time and effort in preparing their presentations and for sharing their knowledge with us. We are grateful for the things that we've learned. We're grateful for our country and for the church and for the needs we have to further the process of religious freedom in our country. We pray that Thou wilt bless us as we travel to Salt Lake tomorrow, those who will be going, that we might travel in safety, and help us to be able to continue to learn and progress in our knowledge and our ability to serve Thee. And we pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.